In about 5 hours time, I will be going to the gym. And I'm not gone to the gym for time. And I think this is one of those days where I'm going to do a 5 hour course just so that I can earn my gym days. And I think most of the time should be the other way around. But we're developers. It's always like this. It's always code first before you earn anything that you're going to do for the rest of the day. And now that's exactly what we're going to do. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be coding a simplified HRM. Now, I know I've been talking about this HRM for some time, and this is the HRM that we're building and trying to make a multi-company HRM. And I've done this for the past 3 years. But now this is going to be an advanced Laravel 12 crash course, and I'm going to use one of our starter kits, one of our Livewire starter kits, so that we can be able to create and craft our HRM. And this is an example of what the HRM should be able to do. So essentially, we have banks, and we set up our banks here. We can create banks. We can go to employment types. We create our employment types, whether they're casuals, fixed terms, internships, external employees, or trainees. And then we can come in here and start by doing our departments. We go ahead and craft out our departments, craft out our designations, and then, of course, after crafting out our designations, we put down a list of responsibilities, and then after that, now we can start listing down the employees, and then we start putting down each and every one of them. We can create a new one. We can create multiple. Of course, I won't do this feature in this tutorial, but that will be something for the advanced guys. And then we'll go into the areas where we can ban the employees. Of course, we ban them from the list over here, and we list them down as a banned employee, and then we can come in here and get them. Then we have a list of contracts, of which now we assign contracts to a particular employee, and they get paid according to the contract that they've been listed for. Then we have bank accounts. Of course, now this is something that I plan to incorporate into the employees tab. And then we have attendances, we have extra hours. Of course, those are extra features that are going to be additional for later. And then, of course, we have our leaves and leave requests and all those different things, salary adjustments like fines, bonuses, salary advances, and then loan management, and then a payroll. So this is going to be the most advanced level, and this is for one company. So we plan on watering it down to going all the way till contracts only, and then generating the payroll based off of the contracts. And then on top of that, I will plan on, for the caveat that I'm going to do, instead of incorporating these attendances and extra hours, leaves and leave types and salary adjustments, the caveat that I'm going to add over here is I'm going to make it so that you can manage multiple companies from one code base. This is one company per code base. This setup here is one company per code base. So now what I plan on doing is creating one that allows you to go ahead and build for multiple companies under one code base. And then from there, you can work on your own logic to make it a SaaS, just like I'm doing in my Coding a Startup series. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let us begin. So I'm going to go to Open Sites, and I'm going to add and click on New Laravel Project and click on Next. And then I'm going to go to Livewire. And then I'm going to hit next. And we're starting this thing from scratch. We're using Laravel's built-in authentication. We're using the project name Human Resource. And then we'll say we would like to use Laravel Vault, yes. And we'll also like to use PEST as the testing framework. We're not doing any tests whatsoever. And then the target location is there at HERD. And then we're going to hit next. So now I'd like you guys, ladies and gentlemen, to just follow each and every single step that I'll be taking here. It's not going to be a full-on tutorial as though I am going to be walking you step by step on the reasons why. I'll be doing that for some areas where it may be complex for some people, but in reality, everything that I'm going to be doing here is going to be complex for most people. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's jump into the code. Now, this is our beginning point. And I think, ladies and gentlemen, if you are new here, please do indeed go ahead and subscribe into getting into this community. This community is actually quite fun to get into, and you get to learn a lot. I'm just going to say that. Just do me that one favor. Subscribe, please. All right, so we're going to open this in browser, and you can see we have our starting point over here with Laravel. What we're going to do here is we're also going to open this in code. And in order for us to open this in code, this is what we're going to do. So we're just going to close this, and then we're going to open it here. And then we have our area right there. Let's just open it here. So we have it here, and it's already ready to run. Now, what we're going to do next is we are going to open every single piece of whatever it is that is going on in the back of this. So we have our login. And when we click on login, we can definitely see that it will take us to the login page. Just give it some time. So you can see that we have our first problem over here, which is the vit manifest not found. And for us to actually be able to resolve this, we're going to go here and then we're going to do npm install or npmi, which is going to install all the package.json dependencies for Node.js. And then we're going to do npm run dev. Now, I would like to also just announce this, that there's a shortening of all of my commands. So, for example, npm run dev, if we terminate this, npm run dev is nrd. If I click on this, we have that running like npm run dev. We also have nb, which is npm run build. So nb is npm run build. Okay. Now, we have PHP Artisan. So PHP Artisan is PA. And then we have PHP Artisan Migrate, which is PAM. Then we have PHP Artisan Migrate Fresh Seed, which is PAMFS. And that's how that is done. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to do NRD so that we can start off dealing with our HRM. And I plan on dealing with this in the fastest way possible. So first thing is, we're going to come in here and do Control N, and then we're going to do our commands for creating the models and the migrations. And the models and the migrations I plan on dealing with over here is PA make model, then we have company, and then we'll do -m. And then when we move down, we'll go to the company users table, which is a many-to-many relationship, but we'll also do departments, we'll do designation, we'll do employees, then we'll go ahead and do the contract. We'll do the payroll. Then inside the payroll, we'll also have to have salaries attached. So salary. And then also on the payrolls, after the salaries have been attached, we also need to deal with payments. Okay. So now that's how we go about dealing with that. Now we have the company, the department, the designation, the employer, the contract, the payroll, the salary, and the payment. So what we're going to do here is we're going to add a sleep of 1 second, and we're going to do that after every single line, just like that. I'm just going to come in here, cut it, close it, and then we'll come and paste it inside a new terminal. So we'll come in here, we'll paste it like this, and then we'll hit enter. As you can see, all the terminal commands are running in the process. So next thing that we're going to do here is sort out the models. And follow this, ladies and gentlemen. This is what we're going to do in the models. The first model we're going to be dealing with is the company. Okay, and inside the company model, we're just going to do a protected fillable first. So I'm just going to close this first. We're going to do a protected fillable, and the name, the items that we're going to put in the company's models, actually, in fact, is this. It's actually the name, the email, the logo, and the website. So AI has already crafted that for me. But let's actually go to the migrations and deal with it from the migrations first. So in the company side, we're going to have a table string name, okay? Then we're going to have an email, a unique email. We're going to have a nullable logo, and then we're also going to have a nullable website, and that's just that. The next thing that we're going to do here is we're going to go to the departments, and the departments is only going to have the company ID, the name of the department, just like that. So once we have all those, next thing we're going to have is the designations, which will have the department ID that we're dealing with, so the name and the department ID. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we're done with that table. Then we move on to the employees. And with the employees, it's something a little bit more different, because now, aside from the designation ID, we're not even going to have company ID. We're going to have designation ID. So table, and then we'll do foreign ID, and then we'll do designation ID, right? And then we'll move to the first name, or we'll just do name. I think name is just, name suffices. Then we'll do the email. Then we'll do the phone and the address. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we're good to go. The next thing I will need to do here is the contracts. And now the contracts usually takes the employee's ID and the designation ID. And the reason why that is because the employee can be brought in with a particular designation at hand. But given that there are some situations where we can even promote the employees or demote the employees, we have to attach the designation that they've been given a new contract on. So we'll come in here and do table, and then we'll do foreign ID, and we'll just do the designation ID. And just like that, now we move on to the dates, all right, the start date, and then we have the end date of the contract, and then we can have the rate type. So in here, we'll do a table called rate type. So it will be an enum, and enum allows us to only put the values that are permitted in that particular column. So we have the rate type. And these are the rate types that are going to be there. There's daily and there's monthly. I'm not going to use yearly. I'm not going to use hourly. The next thing that we're going to do here is the rate itself. It's a decimal, and then the next thing we're going to do is the currency. So we're going to come in here. We don't even actually need the currency. Whatever default is set up for the company or the companies, then we'll put as the currency right there. And that's how we move on forward. So now when we move to the payrolls area, this is what happens. We'll move to the payrolls area, and a payroll is usually attached to a company. So we'll come in here and do table, and then we'll do foreign ID, and then we'll do company ID. And now once we do that, we come in here and pass in the year and the month. So we'll come in here and do table, and then we'll do year and call it year. And then we'll have table, and month is not a particular column for this. So we'll just come in here and do unsigned tiny integer. And just like that, I think if there are any other options, no, there are no other options. Then we'll come in here and do another column over here, and we'll do an indexing column. So we'll do table, and then we'll say foreign ID. Sorry, not foreign ID, but unique. And then we'll do company ID, year, and month as the unique columns, such that for a particular month of a particular year, only this company cannot regenerate that column for the company and the year at the same, to be occurring in the same table. And that's how we're going to be having that. That's how we're going to handle that. The next thing we're going to do here is the salaries. So the salaries deals with it like this. So for the salaries are attached to particular employees and also a particular payroll, so that we have this being our pivot between the employees and the payrolls. Then we're going to have the payroll ID, and we're also going to have the salaries, the employee ID, sorry. So we'll come in here and do employee ID and the payroll ID. And then what we can do here is the unsigned, we can do decimal. So we'll do table, and then we'll do decimal, and then we'll call it gross salary. And once we do that, we can be able to now craft everything else. Then at the end of it all, I think now when we go to the payments are now going to reflect all the payments that have been made in this particular payroll that has been attached to the payments, or the payments are attached to the payrolls. And for that, we are going to do the payroll ID first, and then we're going to do the employee ID next, and then we'll do the net salary, and then we will do the, we could do net salary, or we could do amount. Okay, we could do amount. But given that we're dealing with salary over here only, then we can do net salary, then payment date. Actually, in fact, let's just do amount. I think amount is a much safer character. And then once we do amount, we can come in here and do the date for the payment. Okay, and this can be left as nullable given that there's situations where the payment might not have been completed. And then we have the payment method. Okay, and these ones are not enum, but we were going to go ahead and do it as a string. And then we'll do payment method, and we'll make it nullable. Then we'll come into the string of the reference, and that's just that. We could also add an extra column for notes, but that's not a must, so I think we're good to go. So now that's the last table. Now the next thing that now we need to deal with is the models. And now inside the models, we're going to declare our protected fillables and also our, our definite functions that declare the relationships between all the other models. For example, we have users, all right? And we're going to go over that shortly. Actually, we need to actually do that now. So we'll come in here and create a table. So we'll do PA make migration, and then we'll call it create use role. No, let's call it company user, and then we'll call it company user table. Once we do that, this is what happens. We'll come in here and we'll see a company user table has been created. What we're going to do here is we're going to get rid of the ID, and we'll start doing a foreign ID of the company ID and the user ID, and then we'll do a primary key down here of company ID and user ID, and that's how that works. So once we've done that, once we've already completed that, we're just going to close everything and then now start dealing with the models as is. So let's begin with the users. All right, so we'll do public function users, and for this we'll have to return this belongs to many. Inside here in the users relationship, this is what we're going to do. We're going to return this belongs to many, and then we're going to come in here and say user class, and just like that we're going to work on it like that. But then the table that needs to be called is the company user. It doesn't really need to be called if you're following the convention, so even that is really unnecessary for me. But then we can move on forward. We can come in here to doing the public function departments. So we'll do public function, then we'll do departments, and then we'll say this has many departments, and then we'll move on to the designations. So we'll do public function. So here in the designations, we have a many to many relationship. So a many to many through relationship. So we'll come in here and do designations, and then you come in here and say this, all right, through, and this is what we're going to do. So we'll say through departments, and then we'll say has designations. And the thing about this is that it follows a certain convention over here of functions that work with the has many through functionalities. You can go ahead and check the documentations and see how that works. Then the next thing that we're going to do here is we're going to do a public function, and this function is going to be the get logo URL attribute. And this is what we're going to do here is that if this logo exists, then we're going to come in here and pass in the asset of the logo. Otherwise, we're going to pass in the asset of maybe say the company image. All right, so we'll come in here and say asset, and then we'll come in here and do images, and then we'll do a default image, default logo.png, just like that. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we are good to go. So now when we look at how this is actually passed in, well, we're going to actually, I'm just going to go to a place where I've stored that. I'm just doing it on my second screen. And I'm going to copy a default logo. So I'm going to come in here into my public, and we're going to open up a folder called images. And inside images, we're going to paste in that company.png right there. And we're going to come in here and call it a default logo. So I'm just going to close it like this, and then we're going to go and call it a default logo.png. So default logo.png. Great. Now this works. All these things work, and we're moving on swiftly from that position right there. So we have this image right here, and we're good to go. And now we move on to the contracts. Okay, we can start with the department actually. And with the department, we're just going to craft out the following. There's a protected fillable we're going to start with. So protected fillable. And we have the name and the company ID, of course. And then we come in here and do the company relationship, which means that this department belongs to the company. And then we have a designations relationship, which is a has many relationship. And then we also have an employees relationship, which is going to be public function employees. And now this is what we're going to do here is we're going to come in here and do a return this through, and we'll do through designations. So we'll do through designations has employees, just like that. And that's how that works. And now the next thing that we're going to do is, because we have multiple companies over here, most of the time we need to scope this particular department. And in order for us to deal with the scope, we're going to come in and do a public function, and we're going to call scope in company. And here we're going to pass in a query. So we'll just do a query. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we have our scope right there. And this one will come in here and do return query. So I'll just do return query. And then this query is where the company ID of this department is equal to the company that we store inside the session. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be using sessions to store our company ID so that we keep the URL a lot cleaner. So we'll do sessions company ID like that. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we are good to go. So once we move on forward to the designation, the designation is going to hold this sort of weight. We're going to do a protected fillable, all right, with the name and the department ID. Then we'll do another thing over here. We'll do a public function department. We'll do a public function employees, okay? So this designation belongs to a department, and then it also has many employees. Then the next thing we'll do is we'll put up a scope in company. So now here, instead of doing where company ID, we're going to come in here and do where has, then we'll call designation, or rather we'll call department, and then we'll come in here and run a function after this. So we'll come in here and do a function, we'll pass in a query, we'll call the query queue, and then over here inside this queue, what we'll just do here is call the other scope from the other side where the departments are. So we'll come in here and say queue in company. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we have scope done. So now this scope is nested in such a manner that we're calling the scope of the query that we have called in from the department section so that we can find matching scope. And we can do the same thing inside the employees model. So inside the employees model, we have a few things, right? We have the protected fillable that we have over here. So there's the name, the email, the phone, and the designation ID, and also the address, I believe. So I think address should also be a key item there. And now once that is done, so we have the name, the designation ID, the email, the phone, and the address. Now the next thing that we need to do is declare the designation where this employee belongs to. Then we declare the department where through the designations we have departments, all right? So this might not be fully correct. We can actually do it like this. So we can actually do it like the public function department or get department attribute. So we could do it like so, or we can actually do it like this, has department. So in essence, this is essentially something that we probably do not need. We can just come in here and say this designation, because we're moving back up, one employee has one designation, and this one designation has one department. So once we return that, we'll be getting the exact department which this employee belongs to. And then with that, we can also get which company this employee belongs to directly. Now, the other relationships that are supposed to be attached to the employees are the salaries and the payments. And this is what we're going to do. So we'll do a public function. First of all, the scope is all right. Where it has designation queue in company, this is okay. So this one is just fine. And that is AI helping us out as solid. Now we'll come in here and do public function, and then we'll do scope, or not scope really, but we'll come in here and do salaries, where this employee has many salaries, okay? We'll also do for payments, and I'm sure payments, so public function payments, and we'll do this has many payments. Return this has many payments. And that's just that, really. Now, the next thing also we need to be vigilant about is the contracts. So we'll do a public function, get, or rather we'll do contracts, just the relationship between the employees and the contracts. All right, so we'll come in here and do that, and then we'll return that this has many contracts. And that's how we go about that. Now, the next thing is we'll need to put in well, we've put in the scope in company, but now we need to do a scope for searching by the name. So we can do this where we declare whether or not this user is in the company. We can also do this. We can also do a scope search in search by full name or search by name. So we'll come in here and do search by name. We'll add inside this query another item over here called name, and then we'll return query where the name is like the name that we passed in through there. Okay, so that's essentially that, and we'll just get rid of this part over here. So yeah, we have all these different items right here. So query where name like name, and that's going to just return for us the scope that we're dealing with right there. Then we'll come in here and do a public function, and we'll get the active contract of this employee. So we'll come in here and do public function get active contract, and we'll say maybe between a particular date. Okay, so we'll say between the start date and the end date. And now you can definitely see that start date is equal to start date or now. Okay, end date is equal to end date or now. And this is us declaring new variables right here. So in a case where we've passed in null, this is what's going to happen. Then the next thing is we need to return these contracts where the start date is less than or equal to the start date that we've passed in over here. Then we have another where we have the end date is greater than or equal to the end date, and then we pass in the first, right? So that is how that is going to be done. That's an active contract. So yeah, that is essentially how we are going to go about all of this. The next thing that we're going to deal with is now the contracts themselves. So now in order for us to deal with the contracts themselves, we'll go ahead and deal with it like this. We'll come in here and do a public function. We'll do public function, and then we'll do employee. And a contract has one employee, so this one should belong to an employee. We have a public function, and then we'll deal with the designation. And of course, this one belongs to a designation as well. Then we'll come in here and just scope out the company. So we'll do a public function. We'll pass in the query, and the query has a designation. Now the designation, we check if it's in the company. That's it. And then we'll come in here and we'll get the duration in human language. So we'll come in here and just do public function, get duration. And once you get duration attributes, this is what is going to happen. You can see this start date diff in months. All right, so it comes in here and takes the start date, diff in months, end date. And now what this needs is a wrapping. So we'll need to come in here and wrap this inside carbon. And then when we come in, wrap this inside carbon parse, then we'll come in here and instead of diff in months, we'll come in here and say diff for humans. And once that is done, we are good to go. And yeah, I think that is just that. So we'll come in here and also do a search by employee name, right? So public, just in case, I think this thing will come in handy. Public function, scope, search by employee. And what's going to happen over here is we're going to search by employee using the query like this. So query is and employee, and then we'll come in here and return the query where has employee. So right, we'll start with where has employee, okay? And then we'll pass in a function over here, which is Q, and we're using employee itself. And then we'll do Q where name is like the employee's name. In fact, we could actually just go ahead and use, name and use name over here as well. And that should be that. Then the next thing is to get the total earnings. And now over here, we'll just do public function, get total earnings. And we'll do this. We'll take the total earnings and run it by the month year. And once we run the month year, we'll come in here and return. Now we'll check return this rate type, and this rate type is monthly, right? If it is, then just return the rate. If not, then return this rate multiplied by this working days of the month year. And right, that's how that one goes. So in order for us to run this function, in fact, we don't even need to run this function. What we can do here is we can do another carbon parse. And once we do a carbon parse, we're passing in the month year, and then we'll pass in the days in month. And this month year is coming in from up here. So that's okay. And before we move from this file right here, you can definitely see that here in getting the total earnings, what we're doing here, if it's a daily rate, is that we're multiplying by the number of days in month. Now, you can actually take this on, try and find out the amount of attendance that this employee has actually taken on during this particular time, so that we can be able to evaluate the total earnings as per the contract, depending on the attendance of this particular employee. And that's essentially what you can do with this function over here for getting the total earnings. And we will do that probably in a later date. Maybe if you guys are willing and able to do a membership, then we will be able to do this on a video that is going to be for members only. But as of now, we're just going to deal with the basics so that we can get to the final result. Now, we've dealt with the company, the contract, the department, and the designation. Now, what about the other areas? We've dealt with the employees. We've also dealt now with the user. Of course, the user can remain exactly the way it is, but now the only thing that would be probably pending is, and first of all, of course, if we go back to the users, there's only one thing that hasn't come into shakeout, and that is the attachment to the companies. So we're going to come in here and do a public function companies, and then we'll say this belongs to many company class with the table company user, and that's that. So when we move on forward, let's actually just close all of these and let's move to dealing with the payroll. Okay. Now, with the payroll, we have so many different things that are going to happen. We're going to come in and deal with the public company, public function company. And the only way this can actually link in is through the belongs to company class right there. We're going to do salaries as well. And when we do function salaries, this has many salary. We'll deal with the payments as well. So public function, and then we'll say payments. And for payments, we will come in here and do this has many payment. Then we'll come in here and check the scope. So we'll come in here and just do public function. And this is where we come in here and just do scope in company. And where we'll come in here, what we'll come in here and do is we'll just do a query, and we won't even return the company value right there. All we just need to do now is return query where company ID is equal to this company ID. And then we'll just do this company ID, just like that. Or we can come in here and just do company underscore ID, just to make it very quick so that we can retrieve it from the payrolls table rather than retrieving it from the company's table, comparing, and then now returning the ID. It's much easier. Then the thing that we will want to do here is getting the month year. So public function, then we'll come in here and say get month year attribute. And what we will do here is we're returning this month and we're concatenating it with a hyphen, and then we'll put the year. Actually, we'll do the reverse. We'll do the year, a year, and then we'll do the month. And just like that, we're done with the month year attribute. Then the only thing that is left now is getting the month string attribute. So we'll come in here and just do public. And I see it's already giving me a formatted attribute. So what I'll just come in here and say month string, get month string attribute. And what I'll do here, instead of returning date with this format, what I'll just do is carbon, because I like to use carbon. And then I'll come in here and say parse this month and this year. So what I can even come in here and do is this month underscore year, all right? And then I'll format it as FY, just like that. So get month year, we'll come in here and place it like this, and then we'll format it as FY, which is the month in text and the year in full initials. So we'll come in here, and now the next thing that we can go ahead and do is we shall, I think the only thing that is remaining now is dealing with the salaries. And I think from the salaries point of view, there's so many other different functions. Although the protected fillable is a must, where we're doing the payroll ID, the employee ID, and the gross salary. So we'll just come in and call gross salary. And just like that, with that one we are done. We can go now to putting the relationship for the employees. So we'll do a public function. Of course, we have to do the payroll, which this belongs to a payroll. Then we'll come and do employees. So we'll do public function employee. Okay, and it's a single employee, so this belongs to an employee. And then we can come in here and do, a get deductions attribute, a get net pay. We can do a breakdown calculation and all those different things. And we can do them all over here. Now, we'll create that service class a bit later when it comes to calculation of the taxation. In fact, we will do that. Actually, yes, we will do that a bit later. Now, let's deal with the UI. And I know many people have been waiting to do that, to deal with the UI. So that is exactly what we are going to do. So inside here, inside our routes is where we have our UI linked, okay? And we have our dashboard over here, which we're going to get rid of eventually. We're going to be using Livewire for everything, and also a bit of Vault, maybe not even much. And then we'll just do it. Let's actually just start it by doing Control N right there. Okay, and then what we will do is we will create the following route. All right, so we'll start with the companies area. So we'll do PA make Livewire. So we'll just do make Livewire, and then we'll say admin. We can wrap it inside an admin, an admin folder, and then we'll just do companies index. Okay, so that's where the table of the companies is going to show. Then we're going to do a create form, and we're also going to do an edit, and then the rest is just logic behind the scenes. So we'll do the same for contracts as well. So we'll do companies, and we have to definitely see what it is that we're creating for. So we have companies. We also have contracts, so we'll do contracts, replace these. And then we'll do for the departments. I think the departments is next. So we'll just come in here and do this one, departments. The next thing is for the designations. So we'll do designations. So I'll come in here, copy this, paste it here and here. Then the next one we're doing is the next one I think we are doing is the employees now. So we'll just do that, employees. And the next one is now we are dealing with the payroll. Okay, so we'll just call for the payroll at this point. And over here, we won't do index and create. We will do index and show. So, and then now we'll do the same for the payments. So over here, I'll just call this payrolls and then index like that. So now I'm going to copy everything here and paste it inside our item over here for our PowerShell. I'm just going to close this now. And then once that is done, we're going to do a few things, right? The first thing is we're going to create those routes inside a group, okay? And the first route that we're creating inside the group right now is this one for the dashboard. But we won't use route view. We will use route get, okay? And once we use route get, this is what we're gonna do. I'm just going to do PHP artisan, make Livewire, admin, dashboard. And it's done this because I need to reverse this. So let's just do it again. And then now, once we've done that, we can come in here and deal with it like this. For starters, we'll get rid of all this. Actually, we'll just come in here and we'll get rid of all this from the viewpoint at this point. And then we'll come in here and we'll come and group this. All right, so we'll put a function and we'll close the function at the end. And the function that we want to do is this get for the dashboard. And what we want to do is not a function again, but an action. And this action will be coming in from, and we'll just come in and say use app Livewire. I don't know why it's not. So Livewire and then admin. And that's essentially how we're going to do it. So we'll come into app Livewire admin, and then inside admin, we'll come in here and collect admin dashboard. And it's a class with the name of dashboard, and that's it. So we'll close this off right here, and let's just leave it like this. The next thing that we need to do here is now start dealing with the companies. And for the companies, this is what we're gonna do. So we'll come in here and do a route, and we'll say get companies. So we'll actually prefix. We'll do prefix, and then we'll say the prefix is companies. Okay, and then with the prefix of companies, we can also add a name there, and we'll do companies dot just like that, and then we'll put in all those routes. So you can see those routes are coming in like this. We'll come in and put the function right there. We have index, create, and edit. And over here, we're having company. Instead of company, we'll use ID. ID is the best way to go. And then that is how we're going to call this. So if you check the routes list, so I'll come in here and do PHP artisan route list. And once it lists it, you can definitely see that the names of our routes over here for companies are companies.index. And that's because we've done the name companies dot, and then it appends this index at the end of this. So we can definitely see index, create, and edit for all these. Index, create, and edit. And that's how we name our routes. And we're going to do the same for the the departments, the designations, the employees, the contracts. So we're just going to come in here and call AI. So I'm just hitting Control I, and I'll say do the same for departments, designations, and we'll say designations, we'll say employees, contracts, and payrolls. And we'll just let it run and do its thing. So you can see departments, designations, employees, contracts, payrolls. And now once we've done that, I can come in here and accept this. Once it's accepted, I can come in and close this. And actually, we don't even need this name down here at the end. We don't need it. So once we've done that, we can come in here and instead of these two over here, we're going to have show over here. And then we're going to have show, and that's done. So we'll come in here and do show as well. And this one has to take in an ID. So it will be an ID show. Contracts will be having a create and an edit, employees the same thing, designations the same thing, departments and companies all the same. The only thing now is that these parts over here for payrolls all the way till the departments, we need a fix over here. We need something to stop companies that have not been selected to be viewed to show certain departments. So I'm just going to come in here. I'm going to Control X that one. And then I'm going to come in here and do a route middleware. I don't know why the middleware is not working. So I'm just going to come in here, close this and open it again. Yes, so it's route middleware. And what we're going to come in here and put here is company context. Okay, so company.context. And then we're going to come in here and group this. And we're going to pass in a function, and it's a particular callback. And once we've passed in that function, now we paste this all inside here. And then we close this off, and we are cooking now. We're cooking, we're definitely cooking. So you can definitely see that we have this route middleware company context with a group function over here. Let me just call this back and refreshingly format this again. Then I think this one is okay. This part is okay. The only thing now is that this was opened over here, so we might not need this second. So middleware auth verified, then company context. We've opened this inside here. Yes, yellow one. This one belongs to in, and in. So we need to close this up. Yeah, and one thing, yes, now I can see why it was misbehaving, because I didn't put a semicolon on this last one. All right, so we have company context over here that has been called. I can pass in an array of middleware over here, and I might actually want to pass in an array over here. So this is what's going to happen. We're going to come into the company context area, okay? And this is a middleware. This middleware has not been formulated whatsoever, so we're going to formulate it using our terminal over here. So we're going to come in here and do PHP artisan make middleware, okay? And then we're going to call it has context company. As company context. We'll just call it that for now. I think we could have called it something totally different. Then we come into the middleware, and this is what we're going to do. So we're going to come in here and ask the question. Actually, I'm going to cut this and say that if the session, right? If the session, all right, and then we're going to check has company ID. If session has company ID, then you return the next request. Otherwise, this is what you're going to do. You're going to flash a session. Okay, so session flash, and then we're going to put an error, all right, and then we'll say please select a company first. This is okay, and then we'll return redirect. The route will be company's index, which is all right. We could also do this. We could also do redirect like this, and then we pass in URL, all right, which is coming in from the Illuminate support facade URL like that. And then we'll come in here and say previous. And that's how we work that out. So the next thing that you need to also be aware of is the registration of our middleware. And you need to go to bootstrap app.php. And here, inside here, this is where we're going to register our middleware. So we're going to come in here and just start by doing middleware. And then we're going to come in and say alias. All right, and then we come in and add an array of aliases. First one here is company context. So we'll do company.context, and it will come in and bring in the has company context. You could do it like this by directly putting the route along, or you can come in here and import it with the use functionality right there. Okay, so importing it over here and then using it here. It's not a big problem. It's not a big deal really. And once we've done that, we are ready to craft out every single thing. Okay, so now we have all of our actions over here. We have our dashboard, definitely. We have very many things that we can work with. I'm just going to start by dealing with the other areas that we need to deal with. The first thing is we've already opened this inside our browser. We're going to refresh this, and of course we're going to be able to go to the login page. The login page that I'd like to have is a split login page. So I'm just going to come in here into the resources, views, Livewire. We're going to, actually not even Livewire, we're going to components, layouts, then we'll go to app, or not app, but auth over here. And then we'll go here inside and replace simple with split. And once we do that, you can definitely see that that goes now to split. The next thing we're going to do here is we're going to deal with the login and registration. Of course, we can just come in here and sign up, and we'll put in all our details and we'll create our account. And once we've created our account, we're good to go. We're actually ready to start. So now we're in a position where, like I've talked about seeders already, right? And we've not actually created any seeders for the data that we have. All right, for the data that we need to have. So that's exactly what we're going to be dealing with. And in order for us to create these seeders, this is what I'm going to do, right? So I'm going to come in here and do PHP artisan or PA make seeder, and that will start with the company seeder, all right? And the next one, we will do the department seeder. And what we'll do with the department seeder is we'll also use it to create designations. Then after that, we'll come in here and deal with the employees. And then after the employees, we'll do with the contracts. So this is how we're going to go with them in order. We'll start with the companies. So I had a seeder prepared for the companies, and this is what we're going to do. Yeah. We're going to come in here, and I'm actually just going to put it up here. And this is just a DB table, companies, insert. And then we put in the name, the email, the website, and all those different things. I could reduce the number of databases, actually. I could come in here and say that reduce the number of companies to, and I'll come in here and say, let's say we reduce the number of companies to, and once you do that, watch what happens. So we have that. We have Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, and Facebook, and I think and Amazon, and that's just that. And we will save this, accept it. We've imported DB from facades, and we need to also import company from models, and that's just pretty much it. Then you can definitely see we have our users attach one, and then we'll come into the contact seeder. And here in the contact seeder, we have contract seeder, we have a few things that we'll add after we've already dealt with the departments. So inside the departments is where things are going to be a little bit feisty. So check this out, yeah? We'll come in here and do companies is equal to company all. And once we've done that, we know what we're going to do here. We're going to actually put departments for each company. So we'll come in here and do companies as company, okay? Then we'll get rid of the description, of course, for all of them. And AI, I know, is crafting for us most of these things, but there are some things that we probably do not need, right? So we'll come in here, we'll come in here, we'll come in here, and boom. So that's essentially what we need to have done. All right, so we have engineering, we have human resources, financing, and marketing. That's data that we can use here. Now, at this point, once we've created those many items, we'll come in here and do a for each loop of these many items, these many departments that we've created, okay? So we'll come in here and just do for each department, okay, as department, all right? And this is what's going to happen, okay? Because we've come in here and we've come and done company, departments, create many. And what we can just do here is we can come in and just call the departments variable right there so that we have something to work with here. And then what we can do is for these departments, for each of these departments, we'll use a switch case type of way to deal with these things. So we'll use a switch and then we'll say department name, okay? And now the values that we'll be running in here, if the case is engineering, then we want to put inside here the designations, and the designations in this situation will be now software engineer, senior software engineer, director, engineering and manager, and director of engineering. Then we break. Then we'll say that what I want is I want AI to use all the cases of the departments that we've created. And it will definitely do that. So watch what happens next. So we have human resources, we have finance, we have marketing, and so on and so forth. And then we have the default. So in the default area, we'll come in here and just say designations is null. So we'll come in here and just do designations is empty. And just like that, we break. And now after that, we'll come in here and do a for each loop here. So we'll come in here and do for each designations as designation, the department designations, create name. So this one is for iterating each and every single department and actually taking the department at hand, taking the case that it's on, and actually putting it inside, giving it its designations, its rightful designations, and attaching those designations to that department depending on which one you land on. So for each company, it's going to have all these departments. It's going to have the same designations as per department, and then we're going to actually cooking right here. Okay, so we'll just leave it like this for now. And now the next thing that we do is we move to the employees. Now for the employees, it's a bit tricky as well, because we'll do a triple for loop in this situation. So we'll come in here and do a faker is equal to factory, and factory comes in from faker, and we'll do create. And inside here, we'll do companies, and these companies are coming in from all companies. So we'll do company, and then we'll do all. And then from this point onwards, we'll do a for each loop. This is the first for each loop. So we're doing for each companies as company, right? So we'll do companies as company. And then at this point, once we've done for each companies as company, we'll do another for each loop now. For each, and then we'll come in here and do company, we'll do company designation, department. So we'll do departments as department, and we'll close this off like this, and we'll open another one over here. Then we'll come in here and state that the designations, or rather we can just do another for each loop. We can just come in here, call another for each loop. And then for each, now this time we're doing the departments, the department, and then we'll take the designations as designation. And at this point, this is what we're gonna do, okay? We'll come in here and do a for loop. For each of these designations that are going to come in, we're going to create up to maybe say 3 employees, right? And this is what's gonna happen now next. So we'll come in here and do employee. I don't know why I can't type today. Employee create. And this create function will come in and now attach some attributes inside here. The first attributes are the designation ID being equal to the designation ID that we're dealing with. Then we'll move on to the name. Okay, so the name is coming in from the faker. Then the next thing is the email. But now the thing about email is we need to have it unique, and then we need to have a safe email. And this one can come in like that, so that's not a problem. Then we'll have the phone, which is a faker phone number. And then we'll come in here, address, faker, address. And that's just how we are going to roll. And now we'll just come in here, close it with a semicolon, and everything is ready. So that's how we cook this. And once for each designation that is existing in the database, we're going to create 3 employees. This means that for each and every single designation, for each and every single company, we'll have companies, that's one company multiplied by the number of departments, multiplied by the number of designations, and then multiplied by the number of employees in this situation. So in this situation, we'll have a total of 4 multiplied by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So 16 multiplied by 4, which is about 64. Then we come in and multiply that by 3, which is about 190, no, 216, I think. 216, could it be? Could it be 216? It could be 216. I mean, 4 multiplied by 16, which is 64, then multiplied by the 3, which is 192. Yes, 192. So 192 is what we're going to get in terms of the number of employees for each company that's going to be created right here. Then the next thing that we're doing is the contracts. And for the contracts, it's going to be pretty simple. We're just going to loop through all the employees. So we're going to do for each employee. So I don't know why it's getting harder and harder for me to type, but I blame AI at this point. So we're coming in here and doing for each employees as employee. And then we're going to come in here and just do employee contracts create. And then we come in and create the start date, end date, salary, and all those different things. But the only thing that is not present right now is the rate type. So the rate type is being equal to the monthly. And the next thing is the rate. Of course, this one should be rate, okay? And then this one should be designation ID. And the designation ID is going to be the employee designation ID. And from that point onwards, so we have the designation ID, we have the rate type, we have the start, the end, we have the, yeah, and that's it. I think that's everything in terms of dealing with this particular migration for the contract. And we're just going to have a look to see. So employee ID, which is the employee itself. Then we have the designation ID, we have the rate type, we have the start date, we have the end date, and all that stuff. So this is good. And now the only thing that is left now is to get rid of this and call all these. So I'll come in here and just do this call, and we'll delete this. Of course, we don't have a user seeder, we don't have a designation seeder. We have a department seeder, we have the employee seeder, and the contract seeder, and that's that. So that's essentially how we're going to deal with that. And when we do our DB seed, so we're just going to do PHP artisan migrate fresh seed, and we see what happens next. So we definitely have some few errors that we need to sort out, like integrity constraint violation, foreign key constraint failed. So the foreign key constraint failed because we did not do the order correctly, I think. Either that, or we may have needed to do something differently. Like you can see company users attached 1, meaning that the users needs to have a company's relationship. So if I come in here and go to app models and go to users, we should have companies, and for companies we should have had users, which is okay. So I think all those relationships are fine. Let's see the error again. So it's saying foreign key constraint violation, insert into company user where the company ID user ID values is 1 1. Yeah, so essentially that's what we are looking for. So as we create a company, then we insert into the company user table, then into the company ID table and the user ID table and all those different things. So I'm looking for why it's misbehaving. I think also we needed to have a user that is present. So in order for that to happen, we're going to come in here under this, and then we just do DB, and we'll do DB table users insert, and then the name will be admin or like that. Then the email will be, I'll just do admin@example.com, and then the password will be something like, password 123. I'll just come in here and do hash, and then we'll do make, and then we'll say that this password should be this one till 0. And that's it, I think, because it's name, email, and password. That's it. And I think that's pretty much done. So I'll just come in here and close this with the closing brackets. And yeah, we're done with that. So we'll just come in here and do the seeding again, and let's see what happens next. So the seeding is done, and now we can move on forward to trying to log in with this particular user. So we'll come in here and call admin@example.com, and we'll come and call the password, and because the page has expired, admin@example.com, and then we'll do a password and we'll enter. So now you can definitely see that we have this, we can save this, and now we have our dashboard, we have everything ready. So we can go ahead and now start creating our routes. And this is how we would definitely go about things. So first things first, now we're dealing with the UI properly. And as for the UI, we want to go to our resources, CSS, app.css, and we can see that there's some custom colors that have been added over here into the theme. So instead of these custom colors, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some other custom colors, which I have set aside for myself over here. So I'm just going to come in here and copy them from my second screen till here, and they're going to be called color NOS 50. Color NOS. So color NOS, all these NOS colors are like this. This is the base value of the colors, which is 0C224D, and that's the way we are going to go about that. So the next thing is we are going to add a few things here. Let's check this out, yeah? The next thing I'm going to add here is a few classes over here, which I'm going to apply later on. So like, let's say for example, a table class, okay? We're going to do a table class and I'm going to apply with full, which is okay. The next one I'm going to do is the table TH, which I'm going to apply a P6, PY3. Let's just do it like this. So P6, so PX6 and PY3, just like that, or 3, like that. Then we'll do a text small, or extra small, I think is better. Font medium, I'll do a font medium, and then I'll do text NOS. We'll do text NOS, maybe say 700 or 800. I think 800 is okay. And then we'll do in dark mode. In dark mode, we'll come in here and do text NOS, maybe say 200 at this point. And then we'll come in here and do uppercase. So we'll make sure that this one is uppercase, and then we'll say that the tracking wider is on as well. So this is fine. We'll come in here and do a table, and we'll do TD, and then now we'll apply the same classes except white space no wrap. This is okay. We'll do text SM, which is fine. Then we'll do text NOS 700. I think 700 would be a lot better than the 800 one. And then we'll come in here in dark mode. We'll do text NOS. Maybe we'll do text NOS 100, and that is how we are going to move forward. So given that we have all of this and everything is now setting up to take shape, because this is all I need. I just needed table classes to apply so that we can have a uniform setting for each and every one of our tables inside the system. We can go ahead, we close everything. Just going to close all as well. And now we start dealing with the UI. And I keep on saying that, yet you'll find me dealing with the logic first. I'll go to the admin and then we start with companies. And I think I'll do this in order of how they occur. So we'll come in here into companies index, and there's a function I want to create over here. The functions that I love to create over here are public function delete, and this one is taking in an ID always. And then over here, what we'll come in here and do is company. So company find ID, company delete, and then session flash success. But the first thing I also want to do here is I want to check if the company has a logo. So if a company has a logo, then go to the storage disk, which is named public, and delete the logo itself. And this is imported from Illuminate Support Facades as well. So once we've done that, we can come in here and flash the message company has been deleted successfully, and we move on forward. So now what's happening here? Inside here, this is what we're going to run. We're going to run our companies, and I need to do it like this. So we can come in here, companies, so company latest, paginate 10. So we just need to organize this like this. Companies latest, paginate 10, that's okay. And then we'll come in here and we'll use with pagination, and then we will not use the URL pagination. So without URL pagination, like that. And we'll close it off like that, and we are good to go with the companies area. So now you can definitely see that I understand fully the kind of logic that I'm going to be putting inside all of these classes. So let me just continue defining, like what, for example, I have inside my create model right here. So if I'm going to come in here and do something for the create model, this is what I'm going to do. The first thing is I'm going to have to define some variables. Okay, so I'll just start by doing public, and we'll start by doing the company itself because we're creating the company. Now, given that we are creating the company, we also have to have a logo, right? So we'll do public and do logo. And of course, this public is in caps. I don't think it being in caps is anything good. So we'll do public logo. And then the next thing is we'll come on first and do use with file uploads, okay, because we're uploading a file into this logo variable. And then the next thing is we're going to come in here and do public function, and we're dealing with rules here. And now once we're talking about rules, okay, we'll come in and return all these, okay, where we're saying the company name is required, the company email is required, and it's an email. Of course, now we'll have to do the max of the string max of 255. Over here, we'll do max of 255 as well. And then over here for the company website, we'll need it to be nullable, of course, because in the database, we set it to be nullable. And then we want it to be a URL, and then we want to put in the max of 255. Then, of course, the logo now will also make it nullable because we also set it to be nullable. So we'll come in here and do nullable, okay? Then we'll set it as an image, and the max, the MIME types that will be accepted will be the JPEG, PNG, JPG, GIF, and SVG. We'll get rid of SVG, and we'll also get rid of the GIF. GIF, I don't know which one is the right one. And then we'll do a maximum of 2 MB upload size. And then we'll move on forward and just do a public mount. So public function mount. And inside this public function of mount, what we're going to come in here and do is we're going to come in here and say this company is equal to the new company. All right, and now once that is done, we'll come in here and import company first of all. Then once that is done, we'll come in and create a function called save. And this function is triggered so that we can be able to store everything inside the database for the company. So you can definitely see that this validate is going to be passing in here. This company logo is going to be taking in the value that is emitted after this logo file is actually stored. And this is only going to happen if this logo is given. So we'll come in here and say this logo. And if this logo is given, then store it. And that's how we are going to go about everything. Then we come and save the company, given that all the values are already given. And then we come in here and session flash the message. So we'll session flash key being success. And then we'll come in here and say company created successfully. Then we return redirect the route. And you see the thing about this return redirect, we could come in here and use this redirect intended instead, right? And then we'll come in here and just do route admin companies index, or rather companies index, just like that. And that essentially just makes sure that everything is working through the ecosystem of the wire navigator that is going to be in the UI. So given that this is our create function, then what then becomes our edit function? Well, it's pretty much the same as everything over here. And the only thing that is given is that, well, I'll just copy everything over here so that we can actually see what we're going to be editing. So we'll come in here, put this in the edit, and then the only thing that we're going to change, first of all, we need to import all these classes. So with file uploads, actually I'm just going to reverse that and do like this. And then the next one is the company class. And then instead of new company, we're coming here, we're taking the ID that is passed in through mount, which is the ID over here. And then we'll come in here and on company, we'll find ID. Such that if we're editing one that has already existed, we need to pass in the ID of that one that we're trying to edit and then come in and collect all the details. And then from there onwards is now we come in here and deal with it like this. So now there's another function that we need to run inside here. You see, there's a possibility of this logo existing, okay? This company logo also existing. But now in the process of this company logo also existing, we need to run an if statement. And we need to run an if statement saying that if this company logo exists, then we need to go to the storage, okay? We need to go to storage, of course, with the disk that we saved it in, which is public, and delete this company logo. And that's how we're going to work this out. And then after that, then we'll go ahead and you run this company logo, storing this company logo. You can get rid of these curly brackets and put this on one line so that, it just looks a bit neater, sort of. And yeah, and you'll just be able to run this regardless. And that's how we deal with the edit, and that's how we deal with the create. And now we can move on to the contracts. In fact, I think the contracts are very easy to work with. In fact, let's actually deal with the departments and designations because those ones are the easiest. So we'll go to the departments and go to index. And inside index, this is what we're going to do. We'll come in here, and of course, because the departments could be many, we're coming in here to use with pagination. All right, so we'll come in here, do with pagination, comma, without URL pagination, just like that. And we'll close that with the semicolon. We start off with the public function delete. And the thing about this delete function is it's going to pass in an ID, of course. So we're going to do ID. And inside here, we're going to come in here and do department. And we're going to do find ID and delete, just like that. And then we session flash the message, which is a success message. So we're just going to come in here and do success. And over here, this department needs to be imported. So I'm just going to save this first, close this and open it again, because these classes not used and all those different things. I don't know where this is coming in from. I don't know if it's from Laravel Extra Intelligence or whatnot, but I don't like it. I actually don't like how it's highlighting and all that. So yeah, I think the best thing is to just go with the flow. So now when we move on to the next part, in order for us to paginate this, we need to pass in data through the view. And this is how we're going to pass it in. So first things first, we need to use the scope that we created inside the models, which is in company. And in company means that inside the company of the department, inside the company that is in the session, we need to actually be able to get only the departments that belong to that company. We don't need to get departments that are belonging to other different companies. And we paginate by 10, and that's how that works. We could even paginate by 5. There's no problem, really. And just like that, we're okay. And we don't put a semicolon over here because this is an array. And inside the array, you separate it with commas. So given that this is the way it is, we're going to move on forward to the create section. And inside the create section, this is what's going to happen. Inside the create, we're going to come in here and do public department. And after doing the public department like this, we're going to come in here and do public function rules. And in order for this to go on, we just return the department, which is a required string with a max of 255, which is okay. And then when we come in to the mount function, we'll just come and do public function mount. And inside this mount function, we are going to come in here and do this department is equal to the new department. And that is how we are going to move on from there. And from here, we'll just do a public function save. And this function for saving is first of all going to validate, then save the department, then flash the message with a success message, and then redirect to the route departments.index. But we could just come in here and say return this redirect intended. And that's how we work. That's how it's just definitely going to work. Now we'll move on forward to the edit section. And for the edit section, we will do the exact same thing we did with the companies section. So we'll just come in here, take everything here and copy it and paste it inside the edit. We'll come in here and put this here. And this is where things now start getting interesting, or rather they don't, because it's very easy. So I'm just going to do the exact same thing, just passing in the ID like this. And then we'll come in here and do department, find, and then we'll put in the ID like this. And just like that, I think that's everything. The only thing that we need to change here, instead of created, is edited. And that's it. Departments index, success, everything is looking good. Now, how do we move on from here? We go to the designations next, right? And I hope I didn't put these things in the wrong place. Yes, I did. Looks like I did. So it looks like I need to switch things up. Inside the index, I need to cut this and put it inside the departments. So that was wrong of me. And yeah, that is it. Then we'll do the edit, and we'll take everything that is inside the edit, cut it and paste it inside the edit, and we'll just import the classes that are required, and that's it. And when we go to the create, we'll just come in here into the contracts, create, take everything that we put already, cut it, and then put it inside the create, and get in the classes that we require. And so that is good so far. Even this one, we just need the classes that are required. So with pagination and without URL pagination, and that's how we go about it. Then departments, and boom, and that's how we go about that. So we have everything in check. We have every single thing in check. So now this is how we move on forward from the departments to the designations. With the designations, it's going to be the same thing that we did earlier. So thing about it is we're just replacing department with designation. So we just need to come in here and deal with it like this. But the thing about the departments area is, given that you're creating a department, okay? Given that you're creating a department, you need to also store the company ID, all right? So you have to store the company ID. Over here, it should be department name. I think I oversaw that. And over here also needs to be department name. And here with the company ID, when we are saving this, so when we validate this, we'll come in here and say this session, or rather this department company ID is equal to, and then we'll come in here and say session, then we'll come and take the company ID. All right. So you can take the company ID, or you can do session get, whichever you feel comfortable with. And that's how we are going to work with this. Okay. So that's how we work with this. And inside the edit, it's the same thing. But inside the edit, because we're editing one that has already been saved, we don't need to replace the company ID whatsoever. So that works. So given that that's the situation, then we can go ahead with the index. We'll come in here and take everything that is here. But you can see that the departments need the departments here, right? So department and company paginate 5. So which means inside the contracts, we need to get rid of this. And that is successful. Now, when we move forward, this is what we're going to do when we move forward. We have our contracts. Actually, we have our departments, and our departments are ready. We'll move on to the designations. And with the designations, this is what we're going to do. So it's pretty much the same thing that we did. And this is it. Use with pagination, without pagination URL. We'll get it done. We'll get this done. And then we'll come in to get the department here, and department deleted successfully. But this one now should change to designations. So we'll come in here and do Control F, and then we'll replace department with designation. And once we've done that, I'll just replace all, and that's how it works. But all the same, you see, the thing about this is that we can come in here and preserve the case, given that there'll be situations where others are appearing in small letters. So I'll come in here and change that, and that's how we'll save that. And then we'll move on to the create functionalities, all right? So inside the create functionalities, this is what we're gonna do. So we're going to come in here and do a public function, or rather public designation first. And after the designation, we do public function rules. And for rules, we'll return the designation name and the department ID. So we have the designation name, and we also have the designation department ID. So just going to come in here, do designation dot department ID, just like that. And it requires that the department's ID exists. All right, so it demands that it exists inside the departments table, where the department ID is equivalent to the ID here in the departments table. So it has to exist. And that's essentially how I plot my rules. We'll go ahead and do a public function mount, and inside here we'll do this designation is equal to new designation. This is okay. We'll move on forward to the public function save, and here we'll come and do a validation. Then we'll put this designation to save, and then we'll flash the session with a success message, and then we'll return this redirect intended designations index. So this redirect intended is a Livewire function, which is really, really important for everyone to learn instead of doing the normal redirect. So we have this create, we have the edit. Okay, so inside the edit, this is what we're gonna do. We'll do a public designations. So public designation, and then we'll do public function rules. And inside the rules, this is what we do. We return the designation name, and after the designation name, we return the department ID, just like that. Now we'll need to come in here and do accept. So accept this designation ID. So this is the whole pinnacle of how to get away with that. So such that like when you save this in edit, it doesn't check the current one that you're checking, but it checks every other. We'll come in here and yeah, actually this one is for unique only. So I think I may have mistook that. I think we can just move on forward with this one like this, right? And yeah, we'll just move on forward like that. So we'll do a public function mount over here, all right, with ID, and then this designation being equal to the designation find ID. And yeah, now Copilot is actually understanding my code a little bit better. So you need to do a public function save, and it's actually doing exactly what it is. Designations edited successfully, redirect intended, designations index, perfect. Then we move to the index area, we have that. So all this is looking good at this point. All this is looking good at this point. Whatever else we need to do is we need to now deal with the employees. We'll move to the employees now that all of this is good. In the employees section, this is what we're gonna do. Public function delete, and this public function delete takes in an ID. And now the query is written over here, employee find ID delete. And this situation can only happen, well, there's some parameters that could be added onto this, but this is essentially how to delete an employee. And then to pass in the list of employees, we need to paginate that data. So we'll come in here and do employees equal to employee in company paginate 5. We can do paginate 10 for now. And we can come in here and say use with pagination and without pagination URL. So we'll do without pagination URL, and then we'll do with pagination right there. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we are good with the employees. We'll go to the create section now, which is here. And the next thing is we'll start by doing public employee. And after public employee, we'll do public department or department ID. All right, so department underscore ID, like that. And then we'll do the rules. So public function rules. And bear with me when you see department ID, because I only want to select designations within a department ID. I don't like long selects. So that's how I like to roll. And then we'll have the employee name, then the employee email, the employee phone, and the employee address. And over here, we'll have employee designation ID. Now, this is where it gets confusing for most people who will wonder, like, why is it that now I'm having it like this, right? So the reason why I'm having it like this is because I want to have a select form that selects the departments that are going on. And then once I select the department ID, through the department ID, I get the designations under that department ID. And this is how it will appear. All right, so we'll just come in and just do a public function mount, and we'll bring in a new employee. And then we'll move on forward to the save function. So the save function comes in after the mount. So we'll come and do public function save, where we validate and save the employee, and then actually now say that the employee was created successfully and redirect intended employees.index. And then we'll pass in our data. And our data is coming in as designations and departments. So for the designations, this is what's going to happen. So with designations is equal to, and then we'll come in here and say designation, and then where it's in the company, it has to be in the company first, all right? And then from there, we have to get where the department ID is this department ID. and we get them all. So this is how we're going to go about that. Then the next thing we're going to do is pass in the designations and then pass in departments. So we'll come in here and do departments is equal to departments in company, department in company get, just like that. And we'll just import this like this, and that's done. So we definitely have everything set up and it's ready to go. So that's how we move on with the create functionalities for employees. But what about for edit? So edit is pretty much the same thing. It's pretty much the same thing. The only thing that would change is, let's actually just copy everything inside our create and paste it inside here so that we can see what it is that is going to change. So we'll come in here and do employee find ID, and we'll do the employee find ID based off of the ID that's passed in through mount. And we'll come in here and run it like this, yeah? We'll take also the department ID. So this department ID is equal to this employee's designation department ID, just like that. And when we now start loading up this new item over here, then this item now shows the already holding designation department and the designation that is also at hand. So now once that is done, then we have things set up for us. I think the only thing that would be probably pending is now inside the render function, where we need to pass in the same things that we passed in over here. So designations being equal to that, and we'll go back to edit and bring in designation, and then we'll come in here and do this and do departments. And now for departments, we also need to bring it in. So now as you can see, we are in a good standing with the employees section right now. What about the payrolls? What about the payments? I think those are the two things that need to also be talked about heavily. But we need to also go back to contracts before we even start dealing with the payrolls. We'll start with payrolls though. I think I like being a bit more sadistic when it comes to dealing with these different kinds of things. And I'm dealing with payrolls first because this is the end goal. I love dealing with payrolls the most when it comes to, you know, how I'm going to work out everything, right? So first things first, we're going to use with pagination, all right? And then when we use with pagination, we're going to use it without URL pagination, and this is going to come in from Livewire. So without URL pagination, like so. So I'm just going to deal with it like this and delete this. And that's how we go about that. And then we'll get rid of this. And so it becomes without URL pagination. Now, the next thing we're going to do is public function, and then we'll do rules. And given that we have rules here, the rules that we'll have are we return, and the returns are going to be as follows. We're going to have the month here. We're going to have the month and year, right? So month year is required. Now, the reason why it wasn't giving me anything is because we need to have a public month year over here. And then once we have that, we can close this off with a semicolon, and then we start on the function that we're going to be having here. And the function we're going to be having here is called generate payroll. So public function and generate payroll. And let's see what this function is going to give me. If nothing, then we'll just move on forward. So first things first, we validate. And once we've validated, the next thing that we're going to do here is we get the date, right? So date being equal to carbon, and we'll parse this month here, and that's it. Now, the next thing is if we check, first of all, inside the company, if there's a payroll in the company where the month, all right, so we'll start with month. A month, of course, now we have to close this off and say is equal to the, we'll take the date format M, right? Like this. And then where the year is date format Y exists, then we have to give a validation exception. So this validation exception is going to be here. I'll come in here and say throw, and then we'll say validation exception, which is coming in from illuminate validation, okay? With messages, month year, payroll already generated for this month, and that works. And just like that, we are good to go. So I'm just going to close everything and open this thing again. So yeah, with that, we're good to go, as you can definitely see. So now the next thing is we're going to come into our else statement. And this else statement, this is what's going to happen, right? We're going to first of all create a new payroll. So payroll is equal to new payroll. The next thing is we'll start saving the payroll month, the payroll year, and then maybe say the company ID, right? So we'll say payroll company ID. And it's supposed to be equal to the session company ID, like that. Then we'll save the payroll, okay? After saving the payroll, we'll come in here and say for each of these employees that are in the company. So for each employees, so employee in company get as employee, then we're going to come in here and do this. We're going to come in and we take a contract being equal to, and I remember creating a function in the employees model. So employee, and then we'll come in here and say get active contract. And the dates are this date, start of month. So we'll do start of month, and then we'll do to date string, and then we'll do the last bit, which is date and month to date string. So now if there's a contract, okay, let's see what AI has generated for us over here. If there's a contract, then the payroll salaries, this is what we're going to put in. So we'll do payroll salaries, and then we'll come in here and call the function create. Inside the function create, this is what's going to happen. We're going to pass in the employee ID and the gross salary, but the payroll ID, and of course now this is redundant, and then this one becomes gross salary. And then given that we have the contract over here, we can just get total earnings, right? Which is another function that I created. So get total earnings. And this is for now the date that we have over here. And then we'll format, and we'll format it as YM, Y-M, like that. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we're done with that. So after that has been finished, what we can do here at the end of this for each loop is to flash a session. So we'll come in here and do session flash success, payroll generated successfully. And that's how we're going to go about that. Now, this is when we are creating a new payroll, when we are generating a new payroll. So we can create it from this point here. What about when we edit or when we update this payroll, given that the variables change and circumstances change within the system? Then we'll just come in here and do public function, and we'll come and call update payroll. And here we'll pass in the ID. So now we'll pass in the ID. We'll go into payroll. It is equal to payroll in company find ID. But then now we come in here and update stuff, right? But the first thing before we even go ahead and update, all right, is indeed the salaries. So we'll come in here and just do payroll salaries, and then we'll come in here and delete. So once we've deleted, once we've detached every single salary there, then the next thing that we're going to do is a for each loop again. And this for each loop is going to call for the employees in the company to, as a singular employee, as we're looping through the employees, we're going to loop through and do these functions again. So we'll get the active contract, we'll see if the contract is available, and then we'll come in and put in the employee ID, the gross salaries, and that's how that works. And then, of course, at the end of it all, we'll do a session flash again. But this time, we will say that success payroll updated successfully. That's how that works. Now, inside the render function, of course, there's something that needs to be done. We need to get payrolls. Where we're getting the payrolls in the company, and then we're ordering by the year and ordering by the month, and then paginating by 10. And that is okay. So we'll save this, and now that our payrolls is done, the only thing now that's left is also now the payroll show and the contract. So we'll go to the show, and there are two functions I really need over here. The first one here, because we're only displaying things and there's only one action I really need to gather. And this function is, first of all, we just come in here and say public payroll, and given that now we are in here, we'll do a public function mount. And inside mount, what we're doing here is we're passing in an ID. So we'll pass in an ID, and then we'll come in here inside this function, and we will call this payroll is equal to payroll in company find ID. And that's essentially what we're looking for. Now, the next function that we're going to create here is one for generating payslips. Okay, inside this show is where I want to generate payslips for employees, so I will do just that. So I'll come in here and call public function, and then we'll come and call generate. Okay, so given that we have the payslip ID here, then the salary is equal to the salary, all right? Then we'll say find ID. That's how we're going to work this out. Now, we'll move on forward, but at first, we need to also import a particular class, okay? And this class, or rather this package, is going to be from Barry VDH's Laravel DOM.pdf. So we're just going to come in here and do composer require, and then we're going to do Barry VDH, and then we'll do /Laravel -DOM PDF. And we'll require that, and it will detect that it's being required, and it will definitely import all those functionalities right there. And then after that, it generates optimized autoload files, and we just keep on waiting for now. So now once that is done, now that one is done, we can come in here and continue with this function. So now, in order for us to continue with this function, we'll need to now bring in our PDF. Okay, and this will be equal to PDF, which is coming in from this facade over here. And then we'll load the view PDF payslip, all right? Or we can come in here and say doc. Oh yeah, let's actually call it PDF, right? PDF payslip. And then what we will do is either we compact salary or we'll just pass in salary like this, right? And then the next thing is we'll come in here and we'll set the paper. And payslips for me generally should be the normal, this is what I imagine for payslips. The size of a payslip should be something like this, all right? Something like this. So now if it's something like that, and I was just using that to prove a point. So I'll just come in here and just do PDF, set paper. And we could do A4, but now what I want to do here is I want to do an array of the different sizes. So normally this is what they will give, but what I'm going to give here is 400 by 1500. So I'm just doing 400 by 1500. And what I'm passing down here is going to be a portrait. So now once we do that, we can come in here and say file path. So the file path is going to be equal to the storage path. Okay, we're going to come in here and just do storage path, and then we'll come in here and say payslips.pdf. So now we'll do payslip.pdf. In fact, we could even just say the name of the employee at this point. So we'll just do payslip. So we'll just do salary, or we'll just do salary. We'll call salary, and then we'll get the employee and the name. And then we'll call the hyphen inside here and then call payslip. And we could have called also the month year on the month string, but it's all good. I think where we are at right now, salary employee name hyphen then the payslip dot that. Then what we're going to do also on top of that is we're going to slug this. So we're going to come in here and call str, which is coming in from Illuminate support, and then we'll do slug, and then we will come and concatenate it with a dot over there, and then we'll save that. So that's the file path, right? So what are we going to do with this file path? Well, we're going to save this PDF in that file path. So we're going to come in here and do PDF save file path, and then we'll return the response. We download the file path and then delete after we download. So it doesn't matter where it is that we store it, in the storage path, in the public path, doesn't matter. And now that is how we sort that part out. So the mount function is done. We have the generate payslip, we have the view, and I think everything is good to go. So now, once that is set up, I think we can go back now and look at what we have inside of the contracts. All right, so contracts, we don't have anything. So for contracts, well, this is what we're gonna do. So we're going to come in here, first of all, we're going to use with pagination without pagination URL, and we're going to import this as well. And then we're going to come in to public search. So this search is going to be equivalent to null, or rather an empty string. And that's pretty much everything that we're going to be using. So now the next thing we're going to do is public department, or rather public function. Actually, we'll just do public function delete, and this delete passes in an ID. And the next thing we know is that over here we are taking the contract and we're finding it and deleting it, and then we'll say that the contract has been deleted successfully. Now on the view side of things, this is what we're going to do. We go to contracts, then we'll go to contract in company, search by employee. So this is the thing. We'll search where the name is like this search and then paginate 10. But then here's the thing. This name is not existing in the company's table. So what we're going to do is we're going to call a scope, where this scope is going to be search by employee. Okay. So you can see scope search by employee. So if we come in here and do search by employee, we can pass in the name. And now this is where we're going to get things a bit juicier than usual. So we'll just come in and pass in this search. And you can definitely tell that this is the scope that we were talking about when we were dealing with it inside our models. So if you don't remember it, you'll see it inside our models contract over here, where we did scope search by employee. Okay, so this search by employee function, of course, the query has already been taken care of. So now we just need to deal with the name. And that's what we have done over here. Search by employee, this search, paginate 10, and that's it. When we go to the create functionalities, so we'll come into the create, and inside this create, this is what we're going to do. We're going to come in here and do public function, or rather, we're not even doing functions yet. We'll start with the contract. We'll start with the contract. Then the next thing we'll do is the search. So we'll do public search. And this search is an empty string. And then we'll go and do department ID. So we'll do department ID. So that's how we go about that. And then we'll just open this up. So public function rules. And then we'll return all of these. So we'll start by the designation ID and the employee ID. I think the designation ID and the employee ID is very crucial. So I'll come in here and do designation instead of department. And then we have the employee ID, then we have the start date, then the end date, and then we have the rate type. Okay, so we have the rate type, so contract rate. And this one is not supposed to be numeric, but it will be required. Then we have the rate. So inside our contract table, we have this part called rate, right? And that one is supposed to be the one that's numeric. So we'll come in here and do numeric, just like that. And just like this, I think everything is good to go. So once we now move on to the next function, which is the mount function, we'll do public function mount. And inside mount, this is what we're doing. We'll come in here and say this contract is equal to new contract, and we'll just import it in like this just to make it look a little bit more cleaner. And then we'll come in here and do public function select employee, and this select employee is a function that allows me to select the employee that I've searched. And then we'll come in here and say this contract employee ID is equal to ID. And on top of that, we'll come in here and say this search is equal to, and now once we finish doing the search, then we'll come in here and take this contract, and then we'll take the employee and then take the name, and that's it. And then when we come underneath the select employee, this is where now the public function save comes in. And we'll validate, and then we'll save the contract. But the first thing is that, of course, we don't have company ID inside the contract. So we'll validate, and then we'll save the contract, and then we'll flash the message, contract created successfully, and then we'll return, instead of redirect route, we'll do this, and then we'll do redirect intended. And that's how we go about that. And then we'll come in here and say contracts index, contracts.index, just like that. So what it takes, I think it takes the route instead of the actual name of items over here. So I'll just come in here, cancel this, and do route, and then do contracts.index. So we're good at this point. We're actually all right. The only thing now is the render function, and of which we have to have employees, departments, and designations. So employees, all right. So employees is equal to employee. All right, first of all, in company, and then we'll come in here and say where the search. So we'll search where search by employee, or rather search by name, right? So we'll do search by name, and then we'll say this search, and then we'll get. That's it. And then we'll have the departments. So the departments are as follows. So we'll come in here, take the departments in the company, and get them all. Then the next thing is the designations. And now at this point is designations are where the department ID, or rather we'll come in here and say, department find this department ID, then we'll select the designations. Or we'll just return nothing. Actually, this was perfect. This was actually perfect. And then after that, this is where now we come in here and return the view, and the data is just as follows. And that's how that is done. So this is the create order. This is the create order. All right. The edit is going to be a bit more, I can't even really say robust, because it's just a matter of copying, pasting, and then tweaking. So I'm just going to come in here, do paste, and then change create to edit. So yeah, I think create to edit is okay. So edit, and this one is going there, and then this one is edited, and yeah, I think that's pretty much it. We'll come in here to contract and make it find, and on finding we'll find ID. This ID is passed in through mount, and that's it. I think that should be I think this should be everything. The only thing about this edit is that the search needs to be equivalent to the employee that has been found over here. Or rather, the search and also the department ID, right? So we come in here and say this, then department ID is equal to this contract employee, designation department ID, like that. And then when we move on to the select employee, everything is good. The save is good. Contract edited successfully. Then we have the render function over here, and that is done. That one is complete. The only thing now is that we need to bring in all those classes, and the classes that we have not brought in is the employee. We've also, I think it's just that. Because now when it's saved, there's no more errors. So now that is how we have dealt with the back side of the UI. Let's deal with the front side of the UI. Okay, so let's work on this UI and let's see what we have. So first things first, you can definitely see in the dashboard, we have nothing, absolutely nothing. And this is what we're gonna do. Because this UI uses Flux, we're going to do a few things with Flux. We're going to go to our resources, views, and we'll go to Livewire, admin, and then we go to the dashboard. Over here is where we're going to be putting our data. So first things first, I want to do a div over here. And this div is going to be of relative. Actually, let me just do relative. So class is relative.mb6, and then I'll do with full. And once we've done that, we can come in here and now start doing a flux. And this is flux heading, colon heading, and we'll close that off. Inside this flux heading, of course, now you can do a size inside this flux. So I'll just do size, and then it'll be equal to XL. And maybe say something else. I think we can just start by doing dashboard over here. And once we've done dashboard there, I think we are good to start. So you can see dashboard is being placed over there. The next one is probably the flux subheading. So I'm just going to come in here and copy this and change heading to subheading. And the size of this one will be LG. So if I save this, you can see in LG format, that's how it's supposed to be. But then here, we're going to do a class of MB6. So class MB, and then we'll do a welcome. Okay, I will do a welcome message. So we'll come in and say welcome. And then we'll say, so welcome, and then we'll come in and pass in the authenticated username. And that's how that will go. That's how that will go. So you can definitely see, okay, of course, there's some few things. Yeah, welcome admin. Then we'll put in a separator. So there's this flux separator that's usually there. So separator, that's usually here. So if we use that, we can see the separator line over there. And that's how that works. And we're going to be using this quite a lot, actually. We're going to be using this. Let's see what we can do with this inside the first area, which is the company. So we'll come in here and copy this inside into the companies. So we'll come in here and do this. I'll paste this here, and then we'll call this companies. And then over here, where we have this, we are going to say list of companies. And just like that, we're good to go. But now before we do that, we don't have a way of clicking onto this area to go to companies. All we have is comp, and you can see this is not active anymore. So what are we going to do? We're going to definitely start by going to our components, then layouts, then we're going to go to app sidebar, and this is where we're going to add all of our stuff, all of our links. So our links are going to be as follows. Of course, we've started with the dashboard over here, which is the main platform. But now we're going to come in here and do a Flux nav list group, a Flux nav list, or a Flux nav list, this one here. And this one we're going to be calling companies. And here inside companies, we're going to just close this off, okay? And then we're going to also, and we're just going to come in here. So we have companies, we have departments, we have order, put this in order. Then we have designations next, and the next one we have is the employees. Then the next one after that is going to be the contracts, I believe. After that we have, so accounting means payroll. So this is what we're going to do. Inside companies, we're going to have our nav list item right there. Okay, and this one here, the icon is going to be, I think this one is using, I can't quite remember which icon, but it should be, I don't know, Flux, what icons are you using? So the icons are hero icons, hero icon. Given that they're using hero icons, I think I know some. Like, let's say, for example, this one should be building office, building hyphen office, I believe. And then the next one would be the plus. I'll just do a plus. And then this one comes in as, instead of route dashboard, we'll do companies.index, and then we'll come in here and do request route is, and then we'll come and index, and then we'll say list, and we'll save that. We'll see what happens. So we have a list of companies, and then we also have this one that has the plus. So you can definitely see that these are actually, and you can see companies index. This is what happens when it's active. And then we'll come in here and do the companies plus. So this is plus, and then we'll do companies create. And then we will come in here and do companies, and then we'll say create a new company. And once we've saved that, we can definitely see it load up. So give me time. I go ahead and populate all of these other different areas so that we can be able to. So I guess at this point we're at a good place. I've put all the routes that are required. The only one that I have put that probably doesn't really need to be here at the moment is the one for the payments, of which we've not declared inside our routes. So we'll come in here into our web routes, and where we've declared our payrolls, we'll also come in here and declare our payments. So I'll come in here and just do payments, and we'll change payrolls to payments like so. And then we'll come in here and do payments like that. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we are good to go. And when we come in here and refresh this, you can see all of our links are ready. So there's still some hero icons that I just decided, you know what, I'm not going to bother myself so much in changing it. And those are the ones just after the employees area. So this is how my dashboard is now looking populated. But there's something else I wish to add over here after the payrolls payments area. And this is our point of selection of the company. Okay, because this is what I'm supposed to have. If I go to my departments list, it's supposed to tell me that I've not selected a company. So you can definitely see that it's doing that. So if it's doing that, it means that if I come in here and then actually do a text, so I'll just do p text red 500. If I do that and then I come in here and say, maybe say errors, and then I'll do maybe say, or I'll come in here and do session, and I'll call down the error, or do just message, all right? If I do something like that, then I refresh this, I think this should actually show me something, right? I'll go hit dashboard. If I do designations list, it should show up somewhere. Like maybe say inside this nav list, maybe, I don't know. So I click on this. Should have shown up somewhere here. I don't know how to call for this. Maybe it's something that I need to actually enable through using the same drop down that is over here. So you see this drop down over here. This is where we have our settings selection. We have a display for the admin's profile and all that stuff. So if we use the same kind of concept right underneath this nav list to select our companies, I think that would be slightly beneficial, I'd say. So let's say we come in here into after this spacer, okay, and we decided to do a flux drop down. So I'll come in here and say flux drop down. And once we do the flux drop down, this is what we're going to open up. Okay, we'll come in and just do a flux profile as well. And then we'll say profile. So we'll do flux profile. And this one is going to have a lot of stuff here. So the first thing is we're going to have a name. Okay, going to have a name. And this name is going to be coming in from app models. All right. Then we'll come and call company. And then we'll find, all right, and then we'll look for where the company is equivalent to the session company ID, like that. And the next thing that we will check is for the name of all of that, okay? So we'll come in here and call for the name. And then after that, we have a section called initials. In fact, we could actually even do it like this. We could get rid of the colon and then put it in the curly braces, which is not bad. But we could come in here and now deal with the initials. So we'll come, what I'll do is I'll press enter on this. I'll press enter on this, do the initials, okay? And then here for the initials, I'll come in and do initials or not applicable, all right? So I'll come in here and equate this to this part over here, all right? And then I'll do initials or not applicable. So if it's not there, then we'll just use not applicable. And then at this point here, I think we'll do the same thing over here. So if there's no company whatsoever, then what we're going to receive over here is the select a company. So once we do that, then the next thing that we will do is the icon trailing. Over here, we'll do the icon trailing. So we'll do icon trailing. And the icon trailing will definitely come from a basis of what we have here in the flux, right? So we have these chevrons up, down, okay? This is what we're going to be using. So we'll come in here and equate this to chevrons up, down, just like that. And just like that, we finished the profile. In fact, we can even close it like this. And then after the profile, we'll come in here and do a flux menu, just as we've been suggested for, such that when we click on this, we have our menus. And then what we come in here and do is the for each loop. So we'll do a for each. And you can definitely see we're doing for each group over here for app models company, all as company. What we want to do here is, instead of this all company situation, I want to come in here and do auth user, and then I'll come in here and do companies, all right, as company. And then the next thing I will do is now I'll use the flux menu radio group and all that stuff. And we have this company switch situation over here. And what I want to do here is, instead of using a company switch kind of form situation, what I'll do is I'll impose a Livewire component over here. So I'll come in here and just do Livewire. And then I'll pass in, maybe say another one called company switch, which I'll create shortly. And now once I create this part for the company switch, I'll have my company being equal to company. And then I'll use my key, which is company ID over here. And I'll just leave it like this for now because I still need to create that Livewire component. So I'll come in here and do PA make volt. Actually, I'll do a volt component over here. So I'll do volt. And then I'll call this company switch. So company switch. And just like that, we have our company switch component right here. And since it's using volt, then all the logic will come in through here. So this is what I will do inside the new class area. First things first, I'll come in here, and because I'm importing the company, I'll do public company. And the thing about this is that when we do the public function mount, we're passing in the company, and then we'll say this company is equal to company, okay? And then the next thing is we'll have to come in and now do public function select company. So we'll do public function select company. Okay. And in this select company, this is what we're going to do. We'll come in here and set the session company ID into this company ID, and then we'll return redirect route. Actually, instead of redirect route, what we will do is return this redirect intended. Okay. And then we'll come in here and do route, or rather URL. We'll just do URL, and then we'll import it from this area from Faisal's URL, and we'll use previous. And just like that, I think we'll be okay. So this one returns a URL. It returns the previous URL where this was clicked from. And that, just like that, has been done. So now what's next? We come in here and we'll do a flux menu. All right, so we'll do a flux menu like this. Flux menu, okay, dot item. I think dot item is fitting because we already are putting this inside the menu. So inside the menu item, we'll do a wire click. And then on wire click, I'll come in here and select the company. All right. But this company, select company, is running this inside here. So I'll just come in here and put this, and then put the company ID that we're dealing with. And outside of that, we're just going to close this with the flux menu item area there, and then we'll come in here and put company name. Once that is done, then we can definitely see inside here that we have this select company right there. And now we have all these 4 companies that we're ready to select. So if we come in here and select Google, then we can definitely see that we've selected Google and everything is looking good, looking fantastic indeed. And now we are able to, like, let's say even go to the designations list. Now we can go to the employees list, and so on and so forth. So now this select company is supposed to pass in the company ID over here. So I'm just going to come in here and pass in the ID so that we can see what is going on right there. And yeah, let's see what happens next. So we'll come in here, select Apple. We're in Apple now. We're in Microsoft, and you can definitely see all of those are ready for us. And yeah, that's how we work things out right there. And you see, navigate should be true. I think navigate should be true, such that if I click on this now, it will use the single page loader. So you can see that's how I want things to be done. So if we use navigate being true, then that makes things a lot easier, and we'll change that logic in all the other components. The next thing I want to change is the sidebar color, because I think zinc is a bit too so I'm just going to change zinc to NOS over here. I'll change that and look at what happens next over here. We see if that is enough. If not, then we'll change the rest. So you can definitely see over here, zinc is the one for this one, but NOS for the darker one is more sane, I'd say. Hopefully it will change, and that looks a little bit better, definitely a lot better. So you can definitely see that on the sidebar area we are using zinc for most of these, but now when we're talking about the dark mode, we will just use NOS 700 and NOS 900 for those borders so that they can look a little bit more crisp. So now we'll go to the dashboard, and we could start from here so that we can see how many companies this admin actually has. And if they want to create a company, they can create a company, and so on and so forth. Then we have the departments list. Then we have the designations list, employees list, contracts list, and payrolls. And those are items that we're going to sort out right away. So we've edited a few things here. So why not now start with the actual UI? Okay, so I guess we can begin this. We can start with the companies section. Of course, if we go ahead and now start by going into the companies index, we have all these. Now we have the companies, we have the list of companies and all those different things. Now we can start by dealing with the table. And how we have this table right here inside the create company, the companies list, and let it just load up the companies list. So we have the companies list right here. And what we're going to do here is, now I'm just going to put this side by side to this. so that we can see the table that we are creating right here. So the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to come here. We start with the flex box, and then we do the flex column. Okay. And inside the flex column, we're going to do an overflow, and then we'll do overflow of X auto, and then we'll do the dot, we'll just do an SM class, and here we'll do a negative MX of 6, and then we'll do an LG of negative MX of 8. And I think that would work very, very well, I think. We'll just see how that fares on as we push on forward. And I can see there's some suggestions of a table that's already be coming in, right? So I'll just come in here and select that so that we can see what happens next. And hopefully it comes in through very well. So it's coding on vibes at the moment, but it's failed. It's failed indeed. So, okay. Yeah, I guess it's worked. It's almost worked. I have this thing called the table, right? I have this table. I have a table class inside my CSS, of which I'm going to be using. And over here in the T head area is where I have my class of BGNOS. So I'll have BGNOS 200 at this point. All right. So I'll have that at first, and then I'll do dark, and then I'll do BGNOS 100. Actually, I'll do 950 because 800 is close to the font. And let's actually see how we can end all these. I can end the table. We can end the div, and there are 2 more divs to go, or rather 1 more div to go actually. And yeah, we'll sort it out like that. So our T head is done. We'll just deal with our T body. And then inside the T body, what I will do is, yeah, I think I'll just do the T body over here. And here, what I'll do is I'll get rid of these. Actually, I'll get rid of all of these classes, so that all of my stuff now pops in very well. Even this class, it has to go. And over here, I'll have actions, and that's that. Okay. So once I have that ready, I can come in here inside my T body, and then I'll come in here and say for each, and this for each is a for each loop from Bleed. So I'll come in here and do for each, and then I'll come and do companies as, maybe it's doing something improper here, company. For each companies as company, then I'll come in here and just do a TR, okay? And this TR is going to have a class of text center. So I'll do class of text center, and then I'll do BGNOS, maybe say 100, and then I'll do a hover, and then I'll do BGNOS, and let's leave it like that for now, and we'll see what happens inside our TRs. We have how many TDs? I think we have like 1, 2, let's see, 1, 2, we have name, we have the company name, we have the number of employees. I think we should put the company name, and we should put the number of employees, and then we should put the actions, and then we'll come in here and put the ID at the very top. So we'll come in here and just put a hashtag on these ones. And just like that, we're good. I think we just now need to create the 4 of them. So I'll just need to do TD by 4, or just do TD 2, 3, 4. And we can definitely see our TDs are right here. So those are 4 companies right there. So what we just need to do here is we'll put in the company ID first, and then over here in this next TD, we'll come in here and put a class, and then the class will be of text gray, or let's do text zinc 900, and then we'll do the in dark mode, we'll do text white, okay? And then we'll come in flex, and we'll come in justify center. But now here's the thing, yeah? Over here, given that we have our TR over here, the reason why these are all white like this is because we need to come up with a way to have it in dark mode. We have not actually come up with it in dark mode. So in dark mode, we'll do BGNOS 900, and then they'll do the dark hover BGNOS 950. I think this one might be better off. You can definitely see if it is like this, I think it's okay. But if we did 800 instead, let's see what happens. So we can see, you can definitely see that that works. Maybe you can do a 700 just to be to appease the whole content situation. And we have it. So once we've done that, I think we are definitely all right. Then we can definitely just come in here and do this. We can come and put in our image. So we'll come in here and do img, and let's see, img, and then we'll come in and do the source. So the source in this situation would be the company logo URL. So we'll do company logo URL, like that. And then we'll come in here, so you can see the company logos are coming up. And is next is that we need to do a class of the width being 10, height being 10. And I can think of rounded full MR4, which is okay. So I'll just leave it like this. So those work. Now the next thing is, we can see it's vibing right now. We have column span over here. And instead of justify center, justify left, I think is okay. And then item center is okay. So looks like this is actually coding on vibes. This is actually not so bad. And yeah, I think we can move on forward from this point here. So the next thing that we need to do is the number of employees, and of which I usually like to do it like this. So I'll come in here and do it like companies. So company, and then I'll do flat map. So I'll do company departments first, then I'll do flat map, and then I'll do designations. Then you can count, definitely. But what I'll do, flat map again. And after flat mapping, I'll do employees and count. So you can definitely see Amazon has 48 employees, which is quite nifty right there. And then the next thing that we can do here is now add our div. And this div is just going to work on its own. So let's do div. And then I'll close this off. Let's do now the flux buttons. Flux button. And here with the flux button, this is what we're going to do. There's a variant that we're looking for. And the variant is going to be called filled. And the icon is equal to pencil. Then the route, which is a href right there, is equal to, now we can actually see what is happening over here. So you can definitely see that we have the variant, and then we have the route, which is company's edit. And then we have the parameters, it's passing in the company. And then we have the edit. So instead of passing in the company, we'll pass in company ID, like that. And then we'll come in here, we have the edit, but instead of edit, we'll just leave it like this. In fact, I'll close it off like. So once we've closed it off like this, it works still. I'm going to paste this button down, and this one I'm going to call it danger. The icon is going to be trash. And then the next thing that we're doing is that we have our delete function right here. So instead of, wire click, we can come in here and do wire click, and then we'll do a delete. And then in this delete, we'll come in here and call company ID. So just like that, this one is done, right? Just like that, this one is done. And the only thing that would be probably pending now at this point is, now once we've created these companies, we've created the number of employees, what should have happened is that for each and every single company, we should have had like at least 15 employees. So I'm just going to come in here and look at what the problem is inside our application. So we're going to come into our database, then we go to seeders, then we go to employees seeder. And you can definitely see that we have companies. Then for each company's department as department, then we are, we're cooking. Generally, we're cooking. And every designation that has, anything affiliated to this application, we definitely see that we have a designation ID that is assigned to a new employee. So each and every designation in each company should be having employees. So this over here being 0 for some of these companies is probably at fault of the seeder. So now with that done, you can definitely see that everything is working on this point. So I'm going to come in here and click on this, and you can definitely see we're going to the edit side of things. And if I click on delete, I'll delete this company. And you can see now we have all these companies left over. So that's how that is done. And I wonder why the seeder is not actually working. So we'll come in here and just do PAMFS again, which is PHP Artisan Migrate Fresh and Seed, so that we can see what is going on here. And now with that done, we should be able to have everything in order. So now when we come in and log in as admin at example.com, we'll come in here and log in, and we'll have Amazon having 48, which is interesting, which is very, very interesting. So there's something up that is going on over here, and we need to come up to find out what is going on here. Because you can definitely see we're calling for all the companies. Maybe the order at which we're calling for these companies is wrong, because you have to have the employees, then the contracts. Now, if we go to the database.sqlite and look at employees, we can definitely see that the designations are coming in from the first company, okay, from the first company all the way till the 16th. There's the first designation all the way till the 16th. So maybe, and just maybe, we have not been able to get this done through the department seeder. So I think that is the main error or the main issue that is going on right here. So we'll come in here and you can see for each companies as company, we're dealing with departments. Departments is equal to companies, company departments, and all those different things. And maybe inside this for each loop, maybe inside the for each loop is where we were supposed to come in and do that. So now I think everything will be sorted. Let's actually try and see what happens next. Okay, so the seeding is done. Let's try and get in again. Okay, so each company here now has 48 employees, which is now, yeah, it was just a wrong placement of brackets, as we have seen already. It's supposed to be a for each loop inside this for each loop. So that's what was happening inside there. So you can move on forward. So inside the index, we've already sorted everything out. We can delete, we can edit, we can do all that stuff. Now, if we go to create, this is what's going to happen inside the create. First things first, we're going to come in here and bring all of this stuff over here. In fact, what I'm going to do is to make it neater, and I'm going to just do this and do that. And yeah, I'm just going to come in here, copy this, come in here, paste it here. And now we move forward, right? So we're going to come in here and create a form for the companies. So we're just going to come in here and do a form, okay? But this time it's going to be a wire submit. So we're just doing a wire submit right here. And the wire submit is going to click on, is going to run the function save. And then from that point, I think one thing that most people will fail to do is that they need to style their forms using these classes, right? We're going to start with the margin Y of 6, all right? We're going to start with that, the margin Y, which is the margin on the Y axis of 6. Then we do the width being full, so W full, okay? So it covers the entire basis. And then we'll come in here and do space, and then we'll do Y, and then we'll do 6. Meaning that the space in between the items that are going to be displayed over here is going to have margin split between all of them. Then we can just do the following flux inputs. So we'll just start by doing flux input, and then we'll start by doing the company name, then we'll do the model name, all right? So the model here is supposed to be company.name, but here it's supposed to be wire model, all right? So wire model, and then we'll do .live, and then we'll do company name, and then we'll come in here and do an invalid, okay? So if the thing about this is it's supposed to return either true or false, and whatever we do over here is going to be either true or false. So we're going to do has, so errors has, and then we'll do company name, so company.name, okay? And then the type, of course, will be text, and then after that we have the autocomplete. But I don't think we need the autocomplete as such. We'll just leave it as type text, and then we'll copy these ones for the email. Oops. And then I'll copy this for the emails. So company email or email address in full. Then we'll just come in here and slate it as email. And then the type over here will be email. And then the next thing we will do is the website. So we'll just come in here and do company website. And then we'll do website on all of these. And just like that, we have a type text as well. We'll just leave it like this. But we can even do URL, type URL, and just leave it like that, and it's okay. And then we'll come in here and do the file. So we'll come in and do a copy, and then the label will be logo, company logo, and then the model here will be the logo itself. All right. And then when we come in here and do the type, first of all, over here at company website, we'll replace that with logo, and then the type will be file. And now with that, we can have our Flux button at the bottom, and you can see that's what has happened. And when we do type submit and hit click on it, then it will run as, we can actually do a variant, a different variant. This one I would like to do primary so that it appears whiter. So now once we've done that, if we go to our create company, we'll definitely see that all those items are right there. So now here's the thing. If we go back to our companies list and paste this over here, then you can definitely see there is nothing, and all you just need to do here is copy everything and place it inside our edit, and then replace this. So edit this company, and inside the create, it will be create a new company. Right, so we'll have that there, and we'll also have this edit like this. Now, what happens if we click on our edit, right? So we've already gone to our edit and there's nothing showing up. The reason why that is the case is because you need to actually go into your item over here, which is your terminal, and just do PHP artisan vendor publish. And watch what happens. Yeah, we're going to come in here and select our Livewire config, which is number 17. And then we can definitely now go into our config, and we'll find livewire.php over here. It wasn't here before, but now it is. So now when we click on it, we're going to go and replace something to true. And this is this part over here, legacy model binding. So legacy model binding has been set to false. And now if we set it to true and save it, then this is what's going to happen. If we refresh this, then we have all our details right there. So now we have all the CRUD working for companies. If I hit save, it will redirect us back to our Google, our list of companies. And in fact, this is what I wish to do. If I go back to app Livewire and then I go to admin companies index, or rather edit or create, you can definitely see this redirect intended. And we said that we're going to set the navigate to true. Okay. So we'll just set that to true, and we'll set it also in here to true. So I'll come in here, copy that, comma and copy and paste, sorry. And anywhere else that has redirect intended, we will change that. So if I come in here and do this and then hit save, it just goes back without having to refresh the page. And that's how we plan on working. So with this is enough, and we can actually plot out the remaining tables and forms and whatnot and whatnot. So I'm going to be doing that for the departments and designations, employees, and contracts. Then payrolls, we'll see what to do together. Now, as you can definitely see, because we've not selected any company right here, if we go to departments list, it's going to redirect us back. And the reason why there's no error whatsoever that is showing up is because right here, we don't have any item to show, any text item to show. So we're just going to go back to this, and then we're going to go into our area where we need that text to show up. So we're going to go to components, layouts, and then app. Then we're going to go to sidebar. And then over here where we have this drop down is where we're going to place our text session. All right, so we'll come in here and do an @if. So this if section is going to check for the session. And here, inside here, we're going to come in here and ask if it has an error message. So I'm just going to come in here and just do error MSG. All right, and here, if it's having an error message, then we're going to come in here and do xauth session status, of which it's going to pass in the class of text center. And then over here, we're going to do a text red of 500. And then, of course, we're going to have a status. So it's going to be a dynamic one, status. Okay. And then we're going to pass in the session. And then we're going to call the error MSG, error All right, so we'll do error MSG, just like that. So once we save this, and the reason why we have this auth session status is because of this over here, auth session status.blade.php, which is essentially just this, okay? So if we come in here and save this and then try and go into our departments list again, as you can see, we are not showing anything just yet. And that's because we definitely have something going on inside here, our company switch. And instead of, well, it's supposed to select company and all that stuff. But then now inside our middleware, I think that is where the big issue is. So you can see session flash error. It should be error MSG like this. And now I think we have things set up for ourselves. If I come in here, click on departments list, it should show up right underneath this. So I don't understand why it's not showing us anything. It should show us this at this point. So what did I do wrong? Oh yes, so now that works, I think. So you can see, please select a company first. Okay, so I thought I had some massive errors somewhere that was not showing up anything. So we have that done, where our sidebar is therefore completed. So now we have our create for the companies done. Let's go ahead and the create and the edit for the companies is done, as well as the index. I'm just going to close all of these. And let's now deal with the designation, the departments first. So we'll go to the departments, we'll go to index. Inside departments index, this is what we're gonna do. Okay, so we're going to come in here and paste this inside here, okay? And we're just going to use this heading area again. So I'm just going to come in here and drag this to the top, get rid of this that is at the bottom, and we're just going to deal with departments. And then over here, we're just going to say list of departments for, and then we're going to come in here and do a function over here. And this is something I like to do sometimes. I create, these helper functions, okay? So I'll come in here and say get company. And this function can enable me to get the company that is currently in session. So this function, given that it's actually not ready, all right, so if I click on, let's say I select this company, Google, and then I come in here and select the departments list. So now it will take me to the departments, but this function get company is not going to be there. So if I come in here into my area over here, an app, so if I go to app and then create a PHP file over here called helpers.php, okay, so I'll have helpers.php over here, and then I'll come in here and do an if statement. So I'll come in here and open my PHP tag over here, and then I'll come and say if the function does not exist, and then I'll say get company. Then I'll change this to get company, and then I'll come in here and say return company, and then I'll do find or fail, and then I'll do session company ID, just like that. And just like this, this is something that I come in and import from the app models company like this, use app models company like that. And then now we will check if the function exists, the get company or not. Now, once that is done, I'll come into my composer.json over here, and then I'll go to the autoload dev or autoload between the two, whichever finds its best way. So inside here, I'll either do either inside autoload dev or PSR4. And then I'll come inside here and just come and say that, okay, I have files over here. So I'll come and do files, and then I'll come and call for app helpers.php. So helpers.php, and this one is supposed to be in small. And just like that, we are done with that. So once we've done that, we can come in here and do composer dump autoload. And once we've done that, we can definitely come in here, refresh this. It's going to load up so that this function actually runs well. So let it generate optimized autoload files, and then we'll be ready to go. Now that that area is done, if we go back to, now that that area is done, now if we go back to this area over here, we refresh this, and now we have our list of departments for Google. If I come in here and refresh this, list of departments for Apple, and all these different things are working very seamlessly. All we come in here and do now is inside our index, we'll now just start plotting our table, and we'll copy the same table that we've copied inside our we've created inside our company's table. So we'll just come in here and copy everything. And all you just need to do here is go to the departments, paste it here, and we change our fields. So we'll change our fields as follows. So actually, in fact, I'll do it like this. I'll do it like this, and I'll do number of employees. And then I'll do actions, and just like this, we'll define the departments. All right, so department name, and then we'll do the number of the employees and number of designations. So we'll come and do number of designations and number of employees, and then now we'll come in here for each department as department. So now we'll come in here and you will look at this. The ID over here should just remain as department. So we'll come in here and just do department ID. Then we'll come in here and do the department name. So we'll change this out to department name. And then we'll come in here and just do department designations, flat map employees count. So this is the number of employees. And then at the top, we'll just have the designations, the number of designations, flat map. So we won't do the flat map at this point. We'll just do the count like that. So now once we've done that, I think we should be ready to have checked everything. The only thing that we need to change over here is everywhere else that has company into department. And once we've done that, call to undefined function get department. I think this is the top over here. So get company over here, get company. And we'll do that. And once we've done that, now we can see that for this Google, this list of departments for Apple, one thing that I also want to do here is I'll pass in the key. And once I pass in the key like this, over here, it's going to be key plus 1, right? So I'll just do key plus 1. Because it starts from 0, we want to start it from 1. And just like that, we have 1 until 4. And then after that, we'll also have departments links at the very bottom of the table, actually just at the edge over here. So I'll come in here and do a div. So I'll just do a div. And this div will be of, actually we'll just do a div. Let's just do a div. And then inside this div, we're going to come in here and just do our company's links, our department's links, sorry. So we'll just come in here and do department's links and save it like that. So just in case we have anything else, I'll just call it like this. I think the only thing that's remaining is because we're being told that there are too few arguments over here passed into the framework views and whatnot on line 41. I don't know if it's this bit over here. Let's see if it will reload. Yeah, there was no error whatsoever. So yeah, so this is essentially what happens if we now have our links here. If we want to come in here and test this inside our departments, we're just going to go to Livewire, go to admin, go to departments, and go to index, and then we're going to paginate to so that we can see how the links look. So you can see our links look like this. So what I'm going to do here is we're going to come in and into this area over here in this div, and we're going to do padding. So we'll just do a class of padding y of 6 and padding x of 4. And then I'll do BG NOS, maybe say NOS 200 and a dark BG NOS of 950. And let's see what happens there. So you can definitely see that this is what's going on. If we do PY of 4, PX of 2, it's a bit different because now it goes closer to the edge. But this is still quite fine. And I think if we do that, you can definitely see that we have all that. And essentially, we might not even need the ID, right? We might not even need the ID, but given that we are having this like this, let's just leave it like this for now. And then when we go to our index page, paginate, we're going to paginate by 5, and that's going to be fine. And now we don't have any more links to worry about. So now we'll go back to this point over here. I'm going to copy everything and just leave it like this for now. Actually, we're going to do this. We're going to go to our companies, copy everything here, paste it inside our departments, create. I'm going to change this from companies to departments everywhere, okay? And then we're going to change company to department everywhere. And then you can see department name, email, all those different things. So now the ones that we don't need are these two. We just need the name and the button. And that's just it, just about it. And now when it comes to the company ID, we'll get the company ID from that point onwards. All right, so now once we've come in here, I'll just copy this, paste it inside the edit, and then over here, instead of create a new department, we'll come in here and say edit this department. And you see how easy everything is settling in, because you can definitely see that if I come in here to create department, the form is there and it works. If I go to the departments list, I come in here into the edit point, and then I come in. So this edit point here is actually, I actually need to change this from companies edit to actually change everything from companies to departments. So I'll just come in here and change everything there. And I'll go back to the departments list. If I click on this now, I go to the departments edit, and you can definitely see the name is there, engineering. I'll just click on save, and it will redirect me back, or it should redirect me back. So, so here from the edit, let's just go back to the edit for the departments, and then we can see redirect intended. And over here, we'll have to wrap this inside a route. So I'm just going to wrap this inside a route like that. And just like that, I think we're good to go. So I'll come in here, go back and hit save, and we're going back, which is quite nice. So the next thing that we need to do also is this part over here for the redirect intended needs to be navigate true. And that's how we're going to work this out. Even in the create, we need to wrap this inside the route. And then we're going to put the comma and put true right there. So that's essentially how we're going to do it. If I go into the create department and then I say create accounting, and then I'll save it, then we have our accounting over here. But if I come in here and edit it and I say accounts instead, I save it, and there we have our accounts, and everything is working, and I can delete it as well, so it's all good. So there's nothing to fear when you're coding like this. This is very, very, very easy. It's nothing to worry about whatsoever. And then we can come to the designations area. So we can come into the edit. Actually, we can come into the create, copy everything again, and paste it inside designations, go to designations, create, and we have everything here. So now we just need to replace departments or department with designation in all fronts. So now if we do that, create a new designation, then we have designation name, and the only thing that we need to put up here is the select. So we'll need to come and do a flux select. So flux, and we'll do flux : select, okay? And let's actually see if this thing will code in vibes. Right, so it's started coding for us in vibes right here. So and then we can see that we have department ID over here, and we can select the department ID like this, or we can just do designation.department ID, I think, and then we have everything set up like this. And we have option value select departments. This one is a blank one, and we can do it without the value. Actually, you can come in here and do selected, and we just leave value empty like that. Then for each departments as department, the value is like this, the department name is like this, and that's okay. And that's essentially everything that's going to be passed in over here. So we come in here, we copy everything, we come and paste it here, and then instead of create a new edit, I will just change this to edit this. And once we've done that, now we can go back to our designations area where we've done our create. We need to wrap this again inside our route designations index, and then we put in true right there. And then we'll need to do the same changes to this edit over here. So we'll come in here, get rid of this like this, and do that. So now AI is actually responding to everything that we've done over here. And now we can see that if we come into our area over here for the designations list, for the create designations, we have it, and we have it ready. The thing is that we don't have our defined departments. And the way we're going to define them inside our create designations, of course, because we do not have our designations in here, is by doing this, okay? We'll do departments is equal to app models department in company get. So what we'll just come in here and do is import it so that it looks a bit cleaner. And now we move on a bit faster. So now you can see we can select our department, we can select engineering, and then you'll say software engineer, backend engineer. Let's call it backend engineer, and then we'll save this. And once we save this, okay, you can definitely see that there's no designation name because I think also our designations table is a bit messed. We have department ID, we have name, which is okay. So I don't understand where this error is coming from. Designation.name, new search column, designation name. Select from designations where designation name backend engineer. So I think what we need to do here, we have designation name, which is fine. We can save the designations. So the only thing that would probably be bugging this is maybe inside the create could be a problem where we have wire model live designation name, designation department ID. I think this is okay. I think everything that is here should be fine. So I don't understand what's going on over here. So I'll come in here and just do engineering, designation, let's say backend engineer and save. Let's see what happens again. So you can definitely see we have a problem at least with the inputting of the designation, and I don't understand why we have this. Select count as aggregate from designations where designation.name is equal to backend engineer. So I don't understand why we have that. Let's see. I think there may be a big problem, right? When it comes to of course. We have this here, this unique designations. I don't want unique designations, man. I don't want unique designations. I don't want unique designations here either. So let's see what happens now. We'll go to engineering and then we'll do backend engineer and save this. And now we can go back to the designations list, of which we can definitely go back to the departments and actually get everything from here. We'll copy everything. So I'll just come in here and select all, Control C, then go to the designations, Control V, and then what we're going to do here is in the find, we have departments and designation, we replace everything. And yeah, I think everything is good to go. All that needs to be done here is get list of designations for this company. The only thing that we need to do is designation name, department. We'll just call this department. And then we'll come in here and number of employees. So over here on the department area, designation, department name, right? So department name, like that. And then designation, employees. Now we don't need any more flat maps at this point. And now we are moving faster, at least. So for each designations as designation, we have the key, we have the department name, designation employees count, designation name, and designation ID. I think everything is good at this point. So undefined variable designations. That's absurd because inside my index for designations, I should be having everything. Oh, of course. So I should be passing in something over here. Right, so we have designations, designation in company paginate 5, which is okay. And now once we have that, we can see that now we have our designations over here. And the last designation that we put was the backend engineer. So we can come in here in company, and then we do latest. And then after that, we do paginate 5. So now once we do that, when we go to our first page, we have backend engineer, software engineer, senior software engineer. So backend engineer was the most recent one that we did. And that's how we are going to go about this. Creating designations, we can come in here, we edit this from backend engineer to front end. And when we go back to our create, this is what we had over here. If we go to our edit, that is exactly what we're supposed to add over there. So departments, get department in company. And now we can see that our department is there. We can come in here and change the department and save. And now you can see human resources. Now if we come in back here and then just change this to engineering, we'd have that. And everything is working very well. And we're moving very, very quickly. You can see all of our UI up until this point is done. We only left the employees list. And employees actually is one of the most crucial bits. So what are we going to do? We're going to go ahead. Let's close all of these. Let's go back to our resources, views, then we go to Livewire, admin, and then we go to employees index. Inside the employees index, we are going to take the designations. All right, we're going to copy everything, designations index, and then paste it inside employees index. And then instead of designation, so we're going to just come in here, cut this, put it inside here, designation, replace with employee. And once we do that, employees, list of employees for this company, and then we have employee name, then we have the designation. We'll come in here, do designation. All right, and then here for the designation, we'll come in here and do the employee designation name. All right, and then we'll wrap this inside a text Excel. So we'll come in here and do a div dot text Excel, or rather text. Let's just do text LG for now, and then we'll wrap this inside here. And then the next thing we'll do is we'll do a p tag over there, and we'll just call the employee department, the department name, just like that. And then over here where we have employees count, we'll change this to something different, all right? We'll just, actually we can even get rid of it completely, and then we can come in here and get rid of this column completely. We'll come and do employee name, and then we'll do employee email. All right, so we'll do break tags for each of these, or we can actually do a flex call for all of these, flex and flex call. And yeah, let's actually see how that fares on. And there's no relationship between the designation and the department. So we'll come in here and just put department designation, then to department like that. And let's see what happens next. So you can definitely see that it's arranging well. And here there's, because we have it in flex, we just need to do it in flex and then flex call. And once we do that, we have it arranged like this. So we have the flex and flex call. And here where we have the employee name, we're just doing a class of font bold, and then we'll do text, and we'll do text LG. So once we do it like that, then we can see our text LG is formulating like this, and we can definitely see all the required resources there. So everything is looking good. And if we come in here into our edit, we have our edit page working. If we go to our create is also working. So the only thing that we need to do now is we need to go to our create over here and actually copy everything that we have inside our create over here. So we'll just come in here and paste it here. Designation is replaced by employee. And the only thing that is remaining now is to create the form for the employees. So now in order for us to create this form, the only thing that we would probably worry about is maybe a selection of the departments, of which we already have here. All right, so we have the department selection, but now instead of employee department ID, right, so wherever it is that we have employee department ID, we'll replace this with department ID. And then we have that. So once we select this, we can now select our designation. So we'll come in here and we'll copy this and paste it here. So designation. And then over here where we have wire model live, we'll come in here and replace this with employee.designation ID. And then we have our select designation. Okay. And then we have for each designations as designation. And that's how that is going to work. Now we'll come in here, option is a designation ID and designation name. So how does this fare on? Well, you can definitely see if we come in here and do engineering, then the designations we'll select are only for engineering. If we come in here and select human resources, the designations we select here are only for human resources. Now, if we come in here, cut this, okay, and now we're going to wrap this inside our grid. So we're going to come in here and do grid, and then we're going to do grid calls to gap 6, and that's it. So grid calls to, and then when we do XSM, we'll do grid calls 1, just like that, and then gap 6. So we'll make this as responsive as possible. So when we do that, this is what happens, okay? Actually, SM, I think what we're going to do is MD, and then yeah, there we go. So if we come in here and we're making this responsive, right? So if we make this responsive, this is what's going to happen. So the smaller we make the screen, Actually, I'm just going to open this up. The smaller we make the screen, then it's supposed to actually go to this. So I'm just going to do grid calls 2, and then over here grid calls 1, and this one is from MD areas. Let's see what happens. So you can definitely see in MD, if we come in here and reduce it to the SM screens, now it becomes, it becomes one column. So now that is the level at which we are dealing with this. So grid calls 1, MD, grid calls 2. This is how we deal with grid inside Tailwind. So that should be one lesson for most people. Next thing that we're going to do is the employee's name. So the employee's name is going to come to the top. So I'm just going to come in here and do this, and then duplicate this and change this to employee email. So I'm just going to come in here and do email, and then change this to email, like this for both of them. And the type for this one is email. So now once we have the employee name, the employee email, the next thing that we're going to have down here is the employee's phone number. So I'm just going to come in and do phone number. And then we're going to do wire model employee phone. And then over here is going to be phone as well, but the type is going to be text. And then the next thing we're going to have here is the text area probably. And we could put an address as the text area, but I think just to make things simplified a little bit, we'll do over here the address, and then we'll come in here and do employee address. And then we'll have this area over here changed to address, just like that. And then we'll save. And that's all the fields that are required for the employees table. So I'm just going to come in here, copy everything here and put it inside the edit, paste it in here. And the only thing that we're changing inside the edit here is edit this employee, just like that. And we'll close all. I'm sure everything is working just fine. If we come in here and go to employees list, and then we come in here and hit this, you can definitely see that our department has been selected and our designation has also been selected. Then we have the employee name, the employee email. So we have this, okay, and we also have it inside the create. And this is how we're going to do it. So if I come in here and click save, everything is okay. The only thing is now inside our application over here, if we go ahead and see what we're dealing with over here, inside Livewire admin, and then we go to employees index, or rather create actually, this part for the redirect has not been completed properly. So I need to come in here and edit this. So wherever it is that we've done this route like this, and then we just need to do navigate through, okay? So we need to do navigate through, okay? And this is essentially what we're going to be doing for all of these. So we'll come in here and I'll get rid of this, and then it will do that for me. I'll do that the same thing for, I think, the contracts. I'll go to the create, and this is where we are supposed to do it, true. And the edit, this is essentially where we're supposed to have it, true. And I think I spaced too much. Okay, so now that that is done, I think we have everything sorted out in terms of the backend area. So we just need to focus on the UI. And the next thing that we're dealing with is the contracts. So now that we are, let's just go back and hit save, and we can definitely see it's going to redirect us properly. If we come in here and create a new employee, let's say we create an employee called, I'll just put my name here, my employee email, and my resources, and then we'll do HR manager and then save. Now we can definitely see that in the last page we have our employee that we've created just here. So human resources, HR manager, and so on and so forth. We have contracts. Now we deal with contracts, ladies and gentlemen. Now this is where we move swiftly. We go to the views, we go to the Livewire, we go to admin, and then we go to the contracts, all right, index. So we're generally going to just copy the table that we had created. Like let's say, for example, here inside this designations, we're going to copy the table here, and then we paste it inside here. So we'll go to contracts, paste everything here. And over here, this is what we're going to do. We're going to replace designation with contract. And we're just going to Control F on that, and then we'll do contract and click on that. And then the next thing that we're going to do here is contracts, list of contracts for this company. And then now we come in here, we do contract, So we'll just say the employee name, okay, or employee details, okay, and then we'll just do contract details, and then we'll just do the salary or the rate, okay. So we'll do the rate, and at this point, this is how we'll do it. There is a way to sift through the contracts. We have the contract employee name over here. So we'll do contract employee name, and then over here in flex, we'll just do flex call. And once we do flex call right there, we'll do the employee designation. So, or we'll just do contract designation. What we can do here, we can do contract employee designation name. And the next thing that we can do here is the email and the phone number. So we can do employee email, and we can also do the phone like that. And here in this one, I'm just going to come in here and do class font semi-bold, and then we'll do text. Text, I won't do LG. I will do MD. I think MD, does it exist? I don't know if MD exists. I'm not sure. I'm not sure actually. Let's actually do text LG. I don't think it will have any harm whatsoever. And then we'll have the email and the phone, and then the designation name over here. The designation name, I will come in here and just do class, and then I'll do font bold for this one. And that one will be okay if we just check this in. So this is employee details. What about the contract details? So now we'll do the contract details, and we'll do the contract start date, all right? We'll do the contract start date. Then we'll come in here and just do start is this date. Then we'll do end. So we'll do span tags over here. So we'll just come in here and do a span. So this span tag will wrap inside this, and I'll come in here, duplicate this, and then we'll do end, and then we'll do contract end date. And just like that, I think we'll be able to now deal with the rest. So we have the start date and the end date, and then now we'll say duration. And remember, there was a function that we created over here, and this was the get duration attribute. So we'll come in here and do duration. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we have this. We'll come in here and do class, and we'll say font semi-bold, and then text LG. And just like that, I think we'll be good to go. We'll go to the next state over here, which is the rate. And now the rate is going to be the contract rate. And this one is going to be like this. And we're going to do a number format like that. We'll add the currency over here, KS, like that. And then we'll go ahead and do the contract rate type like that. And just like that, we can see KS 500 monthly. We have all these items right here. All we just need to do here is we'll do a class of flex and flex call. And just like that, we have now them lined up like this, okay? So in this TD, this is a bit of a problem in this TD, because in this one here, it's okay. But in this one here, it's not working out in the way I expected it to work out. Because essentially, with this TD, it's supposed to be on its own, refrained from this one, okay? So if I come in here, do this, you can definitely see that we have contract details like this, okay? We have our, we can actually do a H5 over here, and yeah. We can come in here and deal with a span tag over here, like a paragraph tag. We can come in here and deal with this span class like, I don't know. I think we can deal with it like this, like another paragraph tag. And I think that will be okay. And that'll be okay. So duration 1 year, okay? So contract duration should be 1 year. 1 year, 1 year, 1 year. All of these are 1 year. Yeah, and I think that will be okay. So now we move to the area where we're dealing with the edit. And in order to edit these contracts, of course, now we need to, again, copy this and paste it here inside the create of the contract. So where we have designation, we'll replace with contracts. And with the contract, there's a bit of an extensive form that we need to actually have. So I'm going to delete every single thing that's going to be inside here, everything. And then we're going to start by doing the flux input. In fact, let's actually close this and then open it again. So we're going to do a flux input, and then inside this flux input, we're going to do a type search. So this is a type search flux input, okay? And here we're going to do a name. The name will be the search. And the next thing we're going to do here is the wire model. And the wire model is going to be the search. But now here it's going to be live, okay? So after that, we're going to do a placeholder. And the placeholder is going to be search. Actually, let's just search for an employee. So that's the kind of search that we're going to be dealing with. And now when we move on to the next area here, we're going to come in here and do an if, okay? And if the search is not equal to an empty string, okay? And this is another and, the employees count is greater than 0. Then this is what we're going to do. Inside here, we're going to do a div of class BG white, okay? And then in dark mode, we're going to do it in BG zinc of maybe say 900. And then we're going to do width full. And then we're going to add a border. And the border color is going to be gray. But I like gray maybe, so border gray. Or let's even do zinc, right? So border zinc. And then we can do 200. And then the next border is going to be in dark mode. Dark being border, we're going to do border zinc, maybe say 800, and then we're going to do a rounded MD, right? And then after rounded MD, we're going to do also another shadow MD, and the next thing that we're going to do is a margin, negative margin of 10, right? So I think 10, just like that. And just like that, now we have our list over here, our UL, and the UL is going to be of width full, and we're going to do it inside here. So we're going to do a for each loop for all the employees, right? So this for each loop is going to be at for each, like that. So now we're going to do employees as employee, and we move on to the next area over here, and we start doing the list item. The list item, I think we're going to have to do a padding of 2, right? Which is, I think, is 0.5 rem. And we're going to hover over it. When we hover over it, we want our background to be zinc of 200, just like the border is. So I think we'll do BG zinc of 200, and then we'll do it in dark mode as well. And then we'll do a BG of zinc 700. 700 seems a bit more reasonable. And there's another class that I like to add sometimes, which is cursor pointer. And now once we've done that, inside here, we're going to do a wire click. And this wire click is going to run a function called select employee, which we had created already. But now, the thing about this is, inside this select employee, we're going to have our ID for the employee being run through here. So employee ID. And once we've selected that employee, actually we're just going to run in here and do the employee name, and that's it. And now that's just the select area. That's just the select area of this. The next thing that we need to do, actually let's see what happens here. We'll need to go to the create contract, and you can definitely see that if we come in here and search for employee, we have a lot of employees to select from over here, and you can definitely see. Let's actually do it like this. Yeah, we have our hover items over here. So if we come in here, we have our hover, and we don't have our dark hover. Now, what we're going to do here is actually this should be dark hover. All right, and then there's another thing that we need to do. We'll need to do our dark hover for this, for the text. And then we'll do text, and then we'll do zinc 950 or 900. So now once we do it like this, you can definitely see we have that. So when we hover over this, then this item actually appears a lot darker. So we'll do dark hover BG zinc, maybe even do BG zinc 500, and I think that will be okay. So we'll come in here and you'll definitely see if we hover over this, we have a more refined list. Now, if I think this MT10 was a bit too much, maybe we'll do MT5, negative MT5. Let's see how that fares on. I think that's better, a lot better. Maybe MT4. I think MT4 looks a little bit better, but you'll leave a bit of some space at the very top, but that's okay. I think this is just fine. And in terms of responsiveness, I think we are definitely a go. So we can definitely see that in terms of our responsiveness, we are good to go. And yeah, everything is looking good. If we switch this up to our responsive layout, select this and we select create a contract, I think looks like we're good to go, definitely. So yeah, that's fine. So we have that selection area done. What's next? We're going to start with .grid. Then we'll do .grid calls 1. And then we'll do .md grid calls 2. All right. Then we'll do a gap 6. And I think I like gap 6 a lot because of the way it separates. We'll start with the first div over here. And actually, we'll have to have, I think, 2 divs at this point. And inside this first div, I'm going to do a flux select. So flux colon select, all right. Then we'll do name being equal to the department. And let's see what coding on vibes will do for us, actually. Label department, wire model department, ID. I think this one should be like this. But now this is what I want, yeah? I'll get rid of this and just make it selected, okay? I'll get rid of this wire model and make it live. And then over here, it will be department ID, all right? And just like that, we will copy this same flux select and put it at the very bottom over here. And when we come in here, we have our contract designation ID. So we'll just do contract.designation ID. And here the names won't be department anymore. We'll come in here and deal with this as designation. And this one needs to be in capital. So just like that, then select designation. And then for each designations as designation, designations as designation. And now when we move on forward, we have our designation ID and designation name. And everything now looks very, very fine. Right, so we have our designation selection ready for us. You can definitely see that if I come in here and select maybe say a certain employee over here, we selected that one. And now we'll come in here and select the department, which is engineering. And the designations that are lined up over here are linked to the department. So if I come in here, select human resource, we are good to go. Let's do finance, let's do accountant, and we move on forward as follows. And the thing about using this search bar is that you can actually style this to show the image of the person that we are getting into. We can add some more details, which makes this a lot better than the usual thing that we've been using, which is the select options over here. Right, so images can be used. There's extra details that can be added over here. You can actually use like maybe say an ID. You can even search by ID and all those different things. And that's how I like to do my select. It's best for user experience. So that's the best thing that you can go ahead and learn. So under this grid calls, we're going to do another grid. So we're going to do grid. So we'll just do grid. And then over here, .grid calls. And we'll do grid calls 1 and then .md and we'll do grid calls 2 gap 6 and we'll open this up and then we'll do 2 divs again, okay? And inside this first div, we'll do a flux input. Now looks like our AI is now starting to act up. We're going to do the starting date. We're going to do the end date. This is good. Our AI is now starting to pick it up. And now the next thing that we're going to do here is another grid calls. And I think this is grid calls 1, grid calls 3. I think I'm going to do grid calls 3 instead of grid calls 2, because what we're dealing with here is the rate type, the rate, and the currency. I don't think we put currency in. So if we didn't put currency in, I think it should be criticals 2, gap 6. So I think I'll just do gap 6. Yeah. And then we'll do 2 divs. Of course, we have the rate, which is a type number. And you can definitely see that we have the rate, and then we have the rate options over here. And the rate options that we are going to have are daily and monthly. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we are done with the form. The only thing that now is left for us to add is the button for the save. And over here, I don't want to justify end. I think justify start is enough. And I think justify start is enough, and I'll use primary instead. So looks like our AI is actually starting to understand what we're trying to do here. It understands it now. So let's see what we have over here. So we have this employee form over here. I'm just going to come in here, select one employee, select a department, which is engineering, select a designation, software engineer, and then we're going to start the date of 20th all the way till the end date. Let's do from this point, maybe say 2027, just to appease the system. And then we'll come in here and do, actually we'll do 0103 2027 to 01 to 3103 2028. And then we have the rate type. We're going to come in here and do 60,000, the rate. And then the rate type is a monthly salary, and then we save this. And definitely it will save, and you can definitely see that we have our items over here in the last one. So Monte Cremin 2027, 2028, just like that. So now the functionality is good. The functionality is actually very, very, very good. So what about the ones of creating a contract? Actually, I'm going to come in here and delete this, and it's deleted. So now I'm going to come in here and deal with this. So what happens if we create a contract for Monte Cremin, okay? And we select a department. Of course, Monte Cremin is supposed to be what? It's supposed to be a software engineer. So we come in here, we select a contract for Monte Cremin, all right? So Monte Cremin is here. We select engineering, we select software engineer, and then we select the start date being 1st of March 2025 and the end date being 31st of March 2026. And then we set the rate to be 75,000. We set the rate type to be monthly. If I click on save, it's going to save. But Monte Cremin is an employee between 25th to the 2025 March 19th till 2026 March 19th. So what's going on here? Well, this shouldn't actually even be accepted, right? So if that is the case, then this is what's going to happen. We're going to go into our area where we have our contracts create. Go to app, Livewire, admin, and then we go to contracts, then we're going to create. And here where we're going to save is, we have our validation, right? Now we're going to come in here and do an if statement. If, and this if is a big if, right? If this contract, right? This contract employee, okay? And then we're going to ask if he has an active contract. So we're going to do active contract. And the thing about this one is we go to the employees model, and the function is over here, get active contract. All right, so we'll get the active contract, and then we get the start date, this contract start date, and the end date. And then we're going to just come in here and throw, and this is the new throw that we're going to do. So validation exception. So just come in here and do validation exception. And it's coming in from Illuminate validation with messages, and the message is going to be inside contract, and we'll do start date. So contract start date, okay? And then we'll come in here and say employee already has an active contract in this period. That is okay. So looks like our AI is actually working overtime. And now once we do that, we can be able to come in here and say, okay, let's go ahead and create the contract again for Monte Cremin. So Dr. Monte Cremin, and we'll come in here to engineering, software engineer, and then we'll start the date at 01/03/2025, and then we'll end it at 31, or actually let's do it at 28/03, or rather 02 2020. Then the rate type over here will be, the rate first of all should be 75,000. Then the rate type will be monthly, and then we'll save. So that shouldn't be happening, right? This actually shouldn't be happening because we have a contract in between there. So yeah, this essentially shouldn't be happening. 11 months, and that shouldn't be the case because we have an active contract here. So I don't know, maybe the function of getting the active contract is also a bit messed, and this is what we needed to sort out. So we'll go back to our employees model. We'll come in here and check if we can fix this. So if this contract's where the start date is less than the start date that is provided here, okay. Actually, what I'm going to do here is, so I'm going to come in here and ask this to fix this and say that we need to check for any contracts that are, so any contracts that are active within the period start date and end date. All right, so I think we'll just do that and let's see what edits will happen. Okay, so we have that. Let's see if this will work. So we're using the start date and the end date, and we're querying where the start date is less than the end date and the end date is greater than the start date and the first one, and get the first one. So let's see what happens next. By coming here to Monte Cremin, getting rid of this one, and now let's start creating the contract. We'll come in here and deal with this, Monte Cremin, engineering, software engineer, 0103-2025 to 0103-2026, and the rate type will be 75,000, and the rate type will be monthly, and we'll save this, and look at that. So nothing is coming through, and we're having a bit of an issue. So that means that it's refusing. It's refused to accept the fact that we are trying to put in all that stuff. So the thing about this is we need to have the flux errors. And the thing about this also is inside our flux errors, I think I remember dealing with that inside our company's create, where we had invalid. And here with the invalid, this is where we are going to go ahead. So we'll come in here into our create contracts, and inside this flux input, we're going to come in here and say errors has now contract.employee ID. So we'll have employee ID there, and then we'll have the start date over here. So we'll come in here and do invalid errors has company, no, contract, and then we'll do start. I'll copy this one just so that we have minimal edits for the next one. Invalid is contract end, and this one is contract rate. So if there are any errors, invalid, it should be contract rate, and then rate type, invalid should be rate type. And then the next one I think should be on inside here where we have the department selection and the designation. So here in the department selection, we'll just select the department, but if there's any problem within the designation, and then we come in here and say designation. Right, and that's just that. I think we're good to go at this point. So now we'll start by Monte Cremin, engineering, select designation, software engineer, and then the start date will be on the 1st of 2025, 1st March, and this on 1st March 2025. And then the rate will be indeed, let's say the rate will be 75,000, and then the rate type will be monthly, and then we save. So you can definitely see the end date is a problem, the end or the start date, the problem. So if we look at what's going on here, in fact, I think the one main issue that we've not taken into account is the fact that over here, yes, we have our end date being the problem, yes, but when I said that we throw an error, the error that was supposed to be thrown from within this create, and it's supposed to throw it on the start date, not the end date. But all in all, everything looks still very safe to continue to publish. So I'll just come in here, copy this and paste it inside the edit. And here in the edit, what is going to happen here is if this contract employee get active contract, what we're going to do here is like this. So let's see what happens if we come in here and go to edit and save. So I'm just going to go to contracts list and click on the edit. And now what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go to the create, copy everything, and then save inside the edit and save it like this. And now we can begin editing this one. So you can see Monte Carlo has been selected. If I come in here and click save, there'll be a problem here. The start date and the end date have not been set. So what this essentially means is that inside our edit, there's been a bit of a problem with the start date, which is a required date after contract start date. Of course, I think I can just leave this as date and let's see what happens. There's nothing that's coming in from the table. And I think also there needs to be some casts also from the model. So we need to go back to the models. We go to the contracts. And then we'll come in here, and the first thing I want to do is the protected fillable. Of course, we need to also have protected casts. So we'll do, okay, protected appends duration. Let's do protected casts, and the start date should be a date and end date should be a date. If we do that, I think we'll be good to go. So let's see. There's nothing appearing yet. Maybe there's an error inside the Livewire. And we go to, okay, of course we have company switch, admin contracts. Then we have contract. You can see end date is there, start date is there. So it should actually reflect down over here. And yeah, I think the protected casts should have actually fixed that, but it's not fixing that. So I think we have a bit of a problem when it comes to how it's mounted. Yeah, I think where we are with this is a bit of a problem. You can definitely see that 19th has been selected over here, but it's not showing up over here where we have our start date and date situations. On top of that, moreover, if we come in here and see this, right, we definitely, we're definitely in a bind right there. One thing I'll also want to check also is if this contract employee get active contract, and then what I'm going to do here, I'm actually going to store this inside a variable. So I'm going to come in here and say, so this one is active contract is equal to this employee active contract and so on and so forth. So I'll come in here and say if active contract and active contract ID is not equal to this contract ID, yes. Now, I think AI has realized that we are in a position where we don't want to check for this particular contract in the contracts that are valid, all right? So we'll now come in here and throw the validation exception, and now we come in and do that. So if we come in here and save this, it will actually redirect us back without any errors because the errors now are sorted. So if I come in here and save for this one, we're okay. But now if I create another one for this Ellen or McLaughlin or whatever, or however you pronounce that name. So L, and I'll save this one, put in the department for engineering, software engineer, and the department, the start date will be like that. Then the end date will be 06/2025. Then the rate type will be, okay, the rate will be definitely something like say 75,000 and monthly. And then you can see, please enter a valid value. The field is incomplete or has an invalid date. So you can definitely see 31/06/2025 is invalid. It should be 30/06. So we'll come in here and just do 01/03/2025, and this is not changing. 01/03/2025. Yeah, it's not changing. And the reason why it's not changing is because you see what we have here is live. Over here, what we have here is live, and we do not need it to be live. And when it's live, it means that there's a bit of some deferred loading. There's a bit of some live loading where every time we load up something here, it refreshes everything. So we're going to come in here and now try to change this again. And we're going to do Monte Kremen, engineering, software engineer, Then the start date is going to be 01/03/2025. Then the next date will be 31/07/2025. And then the rate will be 75,000. Okay, so we have that problem still going on over there, because if you look at this and look at what's happening here, the rate is there, 70,000, and then the rate type is monthly. So the dates are still being put there, which is fine, but every time we put the dates, it's disappearing from here. So maybe the costs don't really need to be present, but let's just save it. And you can definitely see that we have a problem with the start date. So we are good. I think we're good at this point. The only thing that we've not done is add the error messages, of which we could add the error messages if we look at Flux has to offer. So we'll just go to Flux UI and we'll go ahead and look at the inputs. And then you can definitely see we have Flux error over here. Okay. So Flux error is important. I think we can now add them over here. So we have underneath the select, we're going to add Flux error with the department ID. Although we're not going to need an error for this one. So I'm just going to come in here and paste it inside here. And then we're going to call contract designation ID. And something else that has also been noted out over here is that with the Flux error, I think with Flux error, we have two different places that they're appearing. So you have the name website over here, just like the wire model. So I think we're good when we do it like that. So contract designation ID, and then we have the underneath the date, so the contract start date, and then we also have it inside the contract end date, and then we'll also have it on the rate, and then we'll also have it on the rate type. And just like that, I think we also need to add it on the search. So when we come into the search area over here, I think one thing is that we could put it underneath everything, right? So underneath here, and then we'll put it as contract, what's this? This is employee ID, and just that. So let's see what happens. Yeah, and now we have all these different areas that are done. So employee ID field is required, designation ID field is required, the start date field, end date field, rate, and rate type. And what we can now do next is we can, actually I'm going to copy everything inside here and paste it inside the edit. And now upon doing that, I think the only thing that I need to change here is edit this contract. And everything now is settled for the contracts area, and now we can now start dealing with the payrolls. So all our CRUD that is happening over here is done. Everything that we need to do now goes down to the payrolls. And now when we go to the payrolls, this is what's going to happen, all right? We're going to have, again, everything that we had at the very top of this copied. So we're just going to come in here and copy this, and then we're going to come in here and paste it here. And then we're going to do payrolls, and then we'll say list of payrolls, or rather we'll just call it payrolls for, and then we get the company name and then all that stuff. So now when we're dealing with payrolls, I think the one thing that many people want to see is the tables and how we represent it and all those things. But today, instead of dealing with it the way I was dealing with it over here, and I'll just show you an example of how I was dealing with it using this. So I'm just going to come in here, open this, open. So when I come and deal with things over here, I'm going to come into the payroll, go to overview. And then you can definitely see that we're dealing with it inside a table where we break down every single thing. So that's this total, the payee, all those different things, and then the net pay and all that stuff. But all I'm going to do here is put them in cards. And how am I going to do that? First things first, we need to have a search bar underneath this whole header over here. And the search bar, or rather the bar for the month, all right, for selecting the month to generate this area is going to be like this. I'm going to come in here and do .flex, and then we're going to do justify between, because I'm putting the form, the input and the button side by side, and then we'll do item center. And the next thing I'll do is a margin top of 6, or we don't even need the margin top actually. I'll just leave it like this. And then after this, we're going to come in here and do a width full, all right? and then we'll do a padding right of 4. So PR of 4. And now when we move on to the next thing is the flux input. And this time they're giving us a search, but this I want it to be month. And then the name over here will be month. Wire model will be month year. And then the placeholder will be search for an employee. No, the placeholder will be choose the month. And now when we come in to check the invalids, all right, so the invalids are of here somewhere like this. And then we'll come in here, invalids, errors has, and then over here we'll do month year, okay? So month year with a capital Y. Once we have that set up, I think we can move on forward to create another div down here. So this div is going to relatively take up and inherit whatever it is that is remaining that has not been taken up by this form. And this is going to be a button, all right? So over here, it's going to be a button, and I'm going to put a variant of primary. And then we're going to do wire click generate payroll, which is the function that we created. And then we have the icon. The icon is not going to be there at this point. What we're going to do here is we're going to call generate payroll and close the flux button just like that. So we're going to save this, and let's see what stuff has popped up over here. You can definitely see that this is how it's occurring. When you click on generate payroll, it will generate. So now what's going to generate? Well, we're going to come in here and now create our cards. And our cards are going to be sorted inside a grid, all right? So we're going to do, the first thing is grid, okay? And then we're going to do grid calls 1. Then we're doing MD grid calls 2, okay? And then we'll do an LG grid calls 3. And I think we'll do gap 6. But then inside LG, we'll do gap 4. And then I think MT6, I think a margin top of 6 to separate this from the 1 up there. And I think this is okay. Let's do MT4 because that's the one that is coming in. And then we'll do a for each loop. So add for each, and then we'll come in here and do payrolls as, so payrolls as payroll. And now once we've done that, now we start creating our cards. So the first thing we're going to do here is, I think we're going to start by doing a padding of 6. That's the first thing. And then we'll do a background. So BG NOS, so BG NOS. And because it's in light mode first, we'll do 100. But now in dark mode, we'll do, so dark, we'll do BG NOS, maybe say 900. And then we'll do a dot text NOS 900. This is in light mode. So what do we do in dark mode? In dark mode, we'll do NOS 100, or we can even do text white. I don't really mind. And then we'll do rounded LG. And once we do rounded LG, we'll do shadow of MD. And once we've done that, actually, we'll just escape this, MD, and this BG NOS over here, shadow MD, and we'll paste that there. And now we'll start by doing our margin bottom of 4 for this one. So do MB4 and think this one is okay. And then we'll start doing the text. So we'll just do a H2 first. And this H2 will have a class of text LG. I know most of these H2s, H3s, they don't automatically adjust the size. Then we'll just do a font of semi-bold. And once we do font of semi-bold, I don't know why it's refusing to do the thing. Then now here we'll do payroll month string. So we'll come in here, do payroll month underscore string, like that. And then we'll come in here and do P tag over here. So P, and then we'll do text SM. And with the text SM, we'll do text gray. I think gray is okay, or zinc. Zinc, let's do zinc. And zinc of 500. And then we'll do in dark mode. Dark mode, we'll do text zinc of 400. I think zinc is okay. Yeah, I think zinc will be okay. Then we'll just come in here and just do the function get company name, just like that. I think this will be okay for now. And if we come in here and try and do it, so we'll come and generate a payroll for maybe say January and then generate. And we'll definitely see that there's nothing being formulated over here. Let's see what happens. Let's do March, generate, and nothing is showing up. So there must be something off a little bit when it comes to why this function is actually not working. So I need to go ahead and see where I click generate payroll. And this one is supposed to be inside our admin payrolls index. And this one is here. Okay. So it creates the payroll. And you can see the validation message over here, payroll already generated for this month. And the company ID is already inside the session. So this should be okay. And the save should be also okay. Let's check out database tables and see what's going on. So we're going to go to database. We're going to go to database.sqlite. And then we're going to go to employees, right? So not employees, but payrolls. And you can definitely see that we have our payrolls over here. And we have our company ID, which is number 2. Okay, so that's okay. We have ID, we have the year, we have the month. Everything here is set very well. So what happens to the salaries? Salaries is also well done, well crafted. So what's going on? Well, I'm seeing as though that inside here, where we have payrolls for Apple, we don't have them listed. We don't have them listed here. So it's a high possibility that inside our index, we don't have them listed properly inside the listings. So we'll come in here into the index for the payrolls, and we'll look at the very bottom, and you can see payroll in company, order by year, descending, order by month, descending, paginated 10. So here, this is something that I wish to eradicate actually. I'll come and get rid of this, paginated 10, which should be okay. Maybe list all of them. I don't know which one will be the best. I think let me just get this to paginate to 10. Payrolls is okay, and I think the only big disadvantage here is maybe say if I did this, it lists all the payrolls, and you can definitely see we have them for Apple, but the in-company function should be working. So if this in-company function is not working, then it means that inside here, we don't have that scope in company. Query where company ID, scope in company, query where company ID is equal to this company ID. But now this shouldn't be the case, all right? This one should be session, all right? Session company ID. And that's how it should have been done. Okay, so now that works. If I switch this from Apple to Google, there's nothing that pops up. So we have over here our cards, January 2025, Apple. And what we're going to do here is inside our index for the payroll, I want to list the total amount at the very bottom. So I'm just going to close all of these and go to the index over here. And this is how I'm going to do that. So I'm going to do underneath this for each, actually not underneath the for each, but inside this card itself, we're going to do another div underneath this one. So I'm just going to do .mb, and I'm going to do auto. Okay. I know I've not done the full height, the height full, but I think this should work. I'm not entirely sure. And then I'm just going to do a flex, okay? And then I'll justify between, so flex, maybe say flex call, maybe do justify either between or justify end, all right? And then I'll do an MT2. MT2 is too much. I think this will be okay. Let's just do justify end for now. And then we'll come in here and do a span. And this span will take a class of font semi-bold or font bold. We'll do font bold, text LG or text XL. We'll do text XL, and then we'll just come in here and do superscript of the KES. And then after that, we'll do a number format. And this number format will take in the payroll, and then we'll do salaries, and then we'll question if it's there. If it's there, then just come and calculate the sum of the gross salary. And once we've done the sum of the gross salary, I think we'll be okay there. So one thing I think I may have failed to do here is, okay, our span tag is okay. Looks like it's fine. This part is okay. And the only thing is that this number format bracket has not been completed. So I'll just come and close this and let's see what happens. So this has not gone to the end. So I'll just do, maybe do margin right auto. I don't know if that works, or text right. Yeah, text right, okay. Text right looks like it's working. And I think we can just come in here and do this. We can come and take this and put the superscript outside the span. And you can definitely see in Kenyan shillings, that is the way we're going. And then now we can come in here and do text green, maybe say green of 700. And maybe not working. So there we go. So that is how we can go ahead and do our cards like this. And then of course, if I come in and do it responsive, this is how it pops up. If I come and let's actually do it like this. Let's reduce size. Now you can see it's in 2 column and now it's in 3 column, and that is fine. And I actually like this. I actually like this quite a lot. Yeah, so I think we're good to go. I think everything now looks very nice. Instead of LG calls 3, we'll do LG calls 4 so that we can have more on this list right here. And then I can order them the way they were ordered before. So I can go back to index over here and reverse everything that was done here like that. And that's, so now you can see March 2025 comes before January 2025. If I come in here and do February, we can generate the payroll and you can see February has nothing. But now if we go to April, it is going to have something. So you can see April is going to be having this. And if I click on this, this should be a clickable. So if I come in here into index and then I come in and say that this is a clickable one. So I'll come in here and just do a hover. So hover, and then I'll do shadow LG. Maybe that's okay. Transition duration 300. I like this. I like this, easy in out. That's okay. And then let's do this, right? Let's see. We'll say add something suitable for the dark mode as well. And let's see what happens. And yeah, I think this is good. Let's accept this and let's see what what happens here. So okay, so there's nothing that, oh, I can see the shadow popping in. I can see the shadow hover popping in. Let's do another hover, and then we'll do hover BG NOS, maybe say NOS 500 for all of them regardless. So we'll select this, and then if we go ahead and change this to light mode, let's actually see what it looks like in light mode. So there's a way you can change this to light mode. We go to appearance. Of course, it's going to load this, and then we go to light. And then when we go to light mode, you can definitely see that we have our light mode ready. If we go to our payrolls again, we can definitely see that. And then when we hover, you can see this inside light mode is okay. So let's do inside light mode. Let's do BGNOS 300. See what happens. It's already on 300, so I think 200 is, and yeah, 200 is fine. 200 is fine. This is looking good. So now if it's hover BGNOS 200, let's do something in dark. So dark should be hover BGNOS 500. And yeah, I think that will be okay. So we have all these things set up for us. We go back to settings, we'll go back to appearance, we'll go to dark mode, and we go back to payrolls, and definitely working out well. We didn't save this properly. 500 is this light. Ah, no, it should be like this. Ah, thank you. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. So that is it. Then we have transition, duration 300, ease in, out. I think this should apply to both light and dark, so that's okay. And yeah, I think that is fine. I think I should put a wire click to take us to, yeah, I should put a wire click somewhere. So wire click, and then it should come in to do for us something. So view payroll. And then what we'll do here is payroll ID. Okay, so wire click, view payroll. So once we click on that, let's see what happens. So we come in here, click, and you can see it's actually working. So when we come into the index of this, and then we come in and call view payroll, we'll come in here and public function, and we'll call view payroll, which will take in the ID, and then you can see payroll is equal to payroll in company find ID, and then what I'm going to do here is redirect intended. So we'll say this redirect intended, and then route is payroll show, okay, and then the parameters is true over here. So this one, parameters is the payroll actually, and then we'll come in here and mark this as true, and that is where navigate works. So redirect intended, that is the one that we're going to use, and that should run well actually. So I'm going to come in here, and looks like we're running well. If I click on this, now we're on the payroll show for this situation, and now we can put in our last table, and our last table is going to break it down very, very well. So ladies and gentlemen, before we even start breaking down our last table, there's something that I wish to do, and this is for the payroll section over here. This is the last thing that I would want to show you guys, and this is the service-based operations. Okay, so what we're going to do here is we're going to come into our side over here onto our terminal, and what we're going to do here is we're going to do PHP artisan, and then we're going to make class, and we're going to create a service class. Okay, so this service class is going to be working on so I'll just call it services, and then we'll go to gross pay, or let's call it net pay calculations service. And when we create this class is going to be able to calculate for us taxes and deductions and all those different things. So that is essentially what we're going to do. In terms of maintenance, it makes things a lot easier. So if we go to app services, then net pay calculation services, this is where we're going to define all of that logic. So how do we go about all of this? Well, inside the net pay calculation service, there's three things that we need to account for. First things first, we need to come in here and take the gross salary. All right, so we'll come in here and do gross underscore salary, because that's how we've saved it inside our item. And then we will come and declare that gross salary at the very top over here. So public gross salary, and I don't know why it's misbehaving, but now we're good to go. And then now this is the very beginning of everything. We'll take this gross salary, and we'll know what calculations we need to do. If you're in Kenya, you know exactly what I mean. The calculations that are going to be done inside here are to get the function for getting NSSF. So get NSSF deduction, okay? And this is the way it's done. So we'll come in here and just do max is equal to, and the maximum of current times right now is 4320, okay? The maximum right now is 4320, maximum NSSF deduction. So what we're going to do here is, because NSSF deduction is supposed to be 6% of the gross salary with a maximum deduction of 4320, what we're going to do here is return the maximum, or return the minimum. We're going to return the minimum between the 4320 and the gross salary. So we're going to come in here and pass in the gross salary, this gross salary, or we'll pass in 4320. We get the minimum of these two, and that's how we are working. So that's essentially what happens right here. Find the lowest value. You can pass this in as an array as well, just like that, and it will still be fine. So we can come in here and just do that, or we can just come and put it like this. So once we've gotten the NSSF, the next thing that we're going to do is get the NHIF, which is this is supposed to be like this. So we're going to do public function. Currently it's called shift, so we'll come in here called get shift deduction. And ladies and gentlemen, how shift is calculated is, the first thing you need to understand is that it's actually 2.75% of the gross salary with a minimum value being 300 shillings. So we need to come in here and return the maximum between this gross salary, all right, or 300 shillings. And this gross salary is supposed to be multiplied by 2.75%, so which is 0.0275. That's how it works. Now we come in here and close this. The next thing is we'll need to come in here and do the taxable incomes. But then we have to get housing levy, I believe. I think that's the next one. Affordable housing levy, which is AHL. So get AHL attribute. And then when we come into here, we'll have to return the gross salary. So we come in here and say get AHL. So this gross salary multiplied by I think it's 1.5% or 15%. It's 1.5%. So 0.015. And that's how we get AHL. Then taxable income. As of now, taxable income is minusing the gross salary from all these deductions. So we'll come in here and just do public function. And then we'll come in here and say get taxable income. And now when we come in here and to get taxable income, this is what we're going to do. We're going to return this gross salary. And then we subtract this NSSF deductions. Or rather, we can come in here and say this deductions. All right. And then when we come in here to get deductions, we'll come in here and create a function also before this. And we'll say public function. And then we'll call it get deductions. At this point, this is what is going to happen. When we get the deductions, to get the deductions here, we're going to come in here and add all of them. So we'll return this and we'll say NSSF and it's a function, added this, this is shift, which is a function, and then we add this and then we'll say AHL and not attribute but deduction, and we'll just replace this with deduction, and adding all of those will get you all of your stuff. Then we'll come in here and just subtract all the deductions from the gross salary to get the taxable income. Now, in order for us to get the taxable income at this point now is, well, first of all, I think getting deductions like this should be okay. Now, the next thing that we're going to work with is payee. So we'll do public function. And actually, what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to come in here and take this, okay? Because what I'll do here, I'll open my brackets, paste all of these here. And the reason I'm doing that right now is because deductions should include payee. So I'm going to come in here and just do this, get payee. And now, in order for us to get payee, this is what's going to happen. We have 5 different levels on our payment platforms, all right, on our payee platform. The first level, and if you did high school math, you'll be able to know how to calculate this. The first level is between 0 and 24,000, I believe, which is now, if you take it into yearly account, it should be 288,000 divided by 12, okay? And then we'll do a comma over here and do the 0.1, which means that between 0 and 288,000 divided by 12, which is 0 to 24K, we're taxing 10%. Whatever values lie in that, we're taxing 10%. In level 2, we have this between that and the next 100,000 per year, which is being taxed at 25%. Then the next level is level 3, of which is on the next, I think, maybe say 5,216,000, and that comes into about 6 million. And on 6 million, we're taxing any figure between this and this per year, we are taxing 0.3, which is 30%. Then we have level 4. Of level 4 is up to the next 3.6 million. So level 4 is the next 3.6 million per year. So this becomes 96, and this becomes 0.325, which is 32.5%. On level 5 is any figure above 96, this one here, which is infinity. Okay, so even infinity divided by 12 is still infinity. So we'll just put it as infinity, and we are taxing at 35%. So now how do we deal with this? We'll first of all come in here and take the taxable income being equal to this get taxable income. And then the next thing that we're going to do here is we are saying that our payee is at 0. Okay, so if the taxable income, and I'm just speaking in language so that I'll be able to code this very fast. So if taxable income is less than or equal to level 1, so we'll come in here and take level 1, and then we'll take the first value of level 1, right, which is starting at 0. If the taxable income is less than that, then the payee should be equal to the taxable income, all right, multiplied by level 1. And then we'll take level 1 and take the second value of level 1. So that's how you get the first taxation value. Else, this is what's going to happen. If we have, so we're going to do else if, and this else if is going to be taking this taxable income being greater than level 1, 0. So we're going to come in here and change this to greater than level 1, 0, and, all right. So if we're going else if, then it means that this is already going greater. So then we just need to come in here and do the check between level 2, and we're going to come in here and check for less than level 2, 0. Then the payee will be equal to, and watch this closely. So payee will be equal to, the first value that we're taking in here is level 1. Okay, so we're taking level 1, value 0, multiplied by level 1, value 1, like that. And then we're going to add this. Okay, so whatever value we get inside here, we're going to add this to the taxable income here minus level 1. So we're going to come in and say the taxable income minus level 1 value 0. And then whatever value we get inside there, we're going to multiply this by level 2 value 0, or value 1 actually. And then I think I'll just come in here and wrap this inside a brackets, and we're going to close that off. So yeah, that's how that works for this second one. Okay, now we'll go to the next else if, and this else if is going to work like this. If the taxable income is greater than now this part over here, okay, then we're going to do the same thing, except this time we're going to include this part over here being level 2. Okay, so we're going to come in here and do level 2 over here. We're just going to do level 2 minus level 1 multiplied by that, and then we're going to add, and then we'll take this value over here, okay, and do this like this, because it's greater than now level 3. It's greater than level 2 but less than level 3. So given that it's greater than level 2, we're going to come in here and just minus from level 2, okay, and then we multiply by level 3 value 1, and that's how that works. And then next thing is level 4, and when we're dealing with level 4 at this point, we're going to work it out like this, else if, and now this is where we start dealing with the level 4 now. So if the taxable income is less than or equal to level 4 value 0, okay, and then this is what's going to happen to our payee. Just going to drag this down, and then we're going to do level 0, level 1, level 2, level 1. So level 1 multiplied, all right. Then we go to level 2 minus level 1. Then the next one is going to be level 3 minus level 2, okay. So we're just going to copy all this, and then on this addition, we're going to just put another plus over here, and then this is going to be level 3 minus level 2 multiplied by level 2, 1, okay. And then we're going to come in and deal with it over here. So the thing about it is we're dealing with it on level 4's level, all right. So we're going to come in here. We have level 1 multiplied by 0.1, level 2 multiplied by 0.25, level 3 multiplied. Now this one is going to be multiplied by 0.3, okay. So level 3 minus level 2 multiplied by level 2 over here. But this one should be level 3. because we have level 3 over here, level 3 minus level 2 multiplied by 0.3. And then the next one is going to be taxable income minus level 3 and then multiplied by level 4, 1. And that's how that happens. And then the last bit is going to be over here on level 5. Okay, so also if this last bit is going to land on level 5 and it's going to go beyond to infinity, then it's going to just be an else statement. Okay, and this else statement means that if we drag this here, we're going to come in here and copy. So this one here, we're just going to have another plus. This one here is going to be minus level 4. Okay, taxable income minus level 4. And then here we're going to do 5, 1. And then over here, we're going to just duplicate whatever it is that we have inside here, put it inside here, and then we're going to add the values over here. So 4, and then this one becomes 3, and then we're going to multiply it by level 4's percentage. And we move on forward like that, like that, like that, like that. And I think one thing that most people would want to wonder is, I mean, what's actually happening inside all of this? Well, it's just a matter of tax calculations, right? Inside mathematics, the way we calculate, let's say, for example, let's using this brackets and we go to our whiteboard. So what's happening inside mathematical situations here is that given that, let me just open a new whiteboard over here. So given that we have, let's say, a salary of, maybe 50,000. So we're going to take this bracket into our situation over here. We have our 24,000 as the first bracket. We have 32,333 as the second. Okay, so I'm just going to erase this. So 32,333.33 as our second area. Okay, and then the next one is going to be, and you can definitely see it's this, which is 500,000. And then the next one you can definitely see is this one, which is about 800,000, I believe. So this 50,000 falls beyond this, so it falls in between here. So we're going to take 50,000 minus 32,333 and then multiply that value by 0.25%, which is the second bracket. And then we take the value between this and multiply it by, actually, the value between 50,000 and this is actually multiplied by 0.3. The value between this 32,333, the value between here and here, which is 33.33, is multiplied by 0.25. And then the value between 0 and 24,000 is multiplied by 0.1. So the values that you find are 2,400 for the first bracket. The second one is going to be 2083.25 or something like that. And then the third one is going to be 50,000 minus 32,333. So I'm just going to do the calculation over here. And we're going to get 50,000 minus 32,333.33. And then this value is multiplied by 0.3. And over here we get 5300.01, right? Or let's just call it 5,300. If we add all these values together, this one, I think this one is, so we're just going to do 8333.33 multiplied by 0.25, which is 2083.33, which is okay. So now we add this plus 5,300 plus 2,400, and that is going to be our income tax. And then we minus relief, of course. So if we minus relief, then we get 7383.33 as our payee. And that's how we're going to work things out from this point onwards. So we'll come in here and we'll deal with it like this. So once we've gotten all these different valuations, we have our relief, okay? So our relief is going to be equal to 2,400. And then once our relief is equal to 2,400, the payee is equal to whatever payee we've gotten, or rather we can just come in here and do minus equals, and then we'll just do relief. All right, so payee is equal to payee minus relief. That's essentially what is going on over here. Then what we're going to come in here and do is payee is equal to, now with the value that we have, we just do max, all right? And then we're going to do max payee So we're going to gauge the current value of the payee or 0. So whichever value is higher, then that will be the payee. And then we'll just come in here and do return payee. Okay. So now here's the thing. We have relief over here for taxation. We also have insurance relief. Okay. So we also have insurance relief. And insurance relief is usually 15% of any insurance that is taken, insurance covers that are taken. And this includes SHIF. Okay, so we come in here and we'll do 0.15% of, SHIF. So which is going to be this SHIF deduction. But I think this was also eradicated in the process of having this new way of calculating taxable income. So I think we'll just come in here and comment this out, and maybe the guys who are in the comments will come and correct me if they want to. Now, the thing about this is we'll come in here and do public function, and we'll get net pay. And on getting this net pay, what we are going to calculate is basically this gross salary, and then we minus all the deductions, these deductions. So that is essentially how we get every single piece of our pie. And ladies and gentlemen, that is how we're going to calculate everything here. So now, how then do we get gross pay from net pay in a situation where we are given the net pay? Well, given that that's not our capacity, that's going to be something I will be doing for members only. Ladies and gentlemen, be a member, be a member. I invite you, I implore you, be a member of this channel, continue joining, and you'll get that exclusive content very soon. Now, we've not gotten that into this scope here, and that is something that we will do later on. Now, given that we have this calculation service, this is what we're going to do into our payroll model. We're going to come in here into our salaries, okay? And inside our salaries, we're going to come in here and we're going to get a breakdown, okay? So we'll do public function get breakdown, all right? So we'll get breakdown attribute so that we store it in a more simplistic manner. And then what will come in here is we'll return a new net pay calculations service where we're passing in this gross salary, just that. So that's essentially how we get the breakdown, okay? And in order for us to get the deductions, let's say we want to get a public function get deductions attribute. So in order for us to get the deductions attribute, we come in here and return this breakdown, okay? And then we'll come in here and get deductions. And that's how we get our deductions, okay? The next one is getting the net pay. So we come in here and public function, then we'll say get net pay attribute. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, we have return new, or rather return this gross salary minus this deductions, right? Or we can just come in here and say this breakdown net pay, get net pay. So this function for get net pay is inside here, okay? Right here, get net pay. So just like that, we can get the net pay, and that is done, okay? So with that being done like that, we can now go back to our Livewire, and we go to our admin, we go to payrolls, show, and we have all these different salary areas that have been portrayed over here. All we just need to do inside there is, well, let's actually see what we can do. Let's go to resources, views, Livewire, not settings, but admin, payrolls, and then show. Then over here, what we're going to do here is, we're just dragging in this part over here. And then we just do payrolls, and then we come in here. So payroll breakdown for company name, of course. And then during, and then we'll just come in here and just do payroll month string. So we'll do payroll and then month string, like that. So once we have that down, when we go here, you can see payroll breakdown for Apple during April 2025. And what we're going to do is we're going to just put down a table listing down every single thing that is there. So we're just going to grab a table, a random table that we had already built. So we're just going to come in here, go to our index, and we'll grab this one for the departments. So we just come and grab this one for our departments. We paste it here. And what we will do is customize it a little bit more. So what we'll have here is the employees details. Okay. All right. And then after the employees details, we'll come in here and do the gross salary. After the gross salary, we'll come and do the NSSF breakdown. So NSSF, shift, AHL, and we'll do payee, and then we'll do net salary or net pay, just like that. And then we have actions down here of which we will use to generate a payslip. So now we'll go to for each, and then we'll do payroll. And over here on payroll, we'll come in here and sort by salaries, okay, as salary. And then the next thing we'll do here is salary employee details. So now we'll come in here and do our TD over here. Our TD is ready, and we can see it's in flex. So what we can do is flex and flex call, and it's already on justify left with item center, which is okay. What we'll do here is we'll do a H3 and a H5. I think a H3 will be okay. H3 with this part over here being the salary, and we'll come in here and do employee name, okay. And then the next thing we'll be doing is a H5, and this one here will be salary, and we'll go ahead and do employee designation and name, okay. So we have the designation here, and what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to put a class of text small, okay. We're going to do a class of text small, and then we're going to do text zinc 700 in maybe say light mode, but in dark mode we'll do text zinc 300. Now that works. I think we'll come in here and also do the class of text Excel, but we might not even do text Excel over here. We'll just do the same text zinc 700 and text zinc 300, which will work nicely. I think maybe in dark mode we'll just do 900 over here, and then over here in light mode, in dark mode we'll do maybe say 200, and then in light mode we'll do 900, which is fine. This disparage also does a lot of UI justice, so we'll just move on forward over here. Now we'll have a span tag over here. I think it's very beneficial we have a span tag over here, and this span tag will do maybe say a class of, I don't know, I think we'll just leave it like this for now, and then over here I'll just do a superscript, and this superscript will be of the currency, and then after that we'll come in here and do a number format. And now when we do this number format, we'll come in here and pass in the salary, and then we'll pass in the gross salary, and to do two decimal places, just like that. And once we've done that, I think we'll be able to see something, maybe not yet, because we still have some fields that we've not edited. So we'll come in here and we'll deal with it like this. Designations for this part over here, this one is for gross salary. Now we move into the NSSF. So NSSF will be the same as this. I'm just going to come in here, copy this, and then we'll come in here, salary breakdown. Then we'll say get NSSF deduction, which is a function. Then we'll do the same thing over here. We'll copy for shift, okay, shift, AHL payee, and then the net pay. So once that is done, we have a button area over here. I'm going to just leave it as field, and then over here we're going to call generate payslip. So wire click, and we're going to do a wire click over here, and this one will be generate payslip. And this one will take in an ID of the salary, I believe. So I think it will be salary ID, and that's it. And over here will be icon pencil. We'll change this to PDF maybe, so that we can actually see what's going on down here. So icon PDF does not exist. Maybe file. So icon file does not exist. So I'll check that icon later on. Maybe it's something that I'm missing. Okay, undefined variable designations. This one for the designations links needs to disappear. So I'm just going to come in here and get rid of this. And boom, I think we're good to go. So you can definitely see the full-on breakdown over here. and we have a button that is pending for an icon over there. And instead of field, I'm using primary, and that is how we get that done. I think I can remember what button we had, right? I think we just had a text, but I'm just going to leave it as is. And for these other ones, we have NSSF, then we'll have shift, then we'll have breakdown for what else? We'll have AHL, and then the next one we will have payee. So get payee, and then we'll come in here and do get net pay. So get net pay is like this. And once you've done that, and you can definitely see that the breakdown is done well. So get net pay, I don't know if that's the function, or rather that's the value of that class. Let's go to services, net pay calculations, get net pay. It should be the one. So this gross salary minus this deductions. And that should mean that this deductions is here, including the payee, and everything is looking good. So why this one is not coming in, I don't understand. Let's see what happens next. So you can definitely see payee is done well. You can definitely see AHL is done well, shift is done well, and SSF is done well. So why is net pay not showing up? And I think get net pay is, I don't know. I think this one should work. This one should work. Function get net pay. Yes, of course. Return this gross salary minus that. So now we have our gross salary right there, and everything is working well. And now if we want to check out the accuracy of this, well, we can just go out to maybe say other sites like WorkPay. Actually, let's do our site, okay? So forcehrm.com, which is our site. And in order for us to actually check our accuracy with this, we can come in here into Kenya, we can come into the period, which is 2025, and then the gross salary we're looking for is 50,000. And then we want to treat this salary as gross. Then we come in here and say, and then you can see we have 39,029 because, well, there's some few things that are coming into play in this situation. Well, affordable housing levy, first of all, should be, and let me see this, affordable at 750, which is okay. We have SHA, which is 1375, which is okay. Then we have our NSSF contribution, which is 3,000. So which means that where we are at with this part of NSSF is when we return the minimum, we're going to return the minimum of 6%, 0.06. This is where we did not add up our value for NSSF. So we're going to go back here and we refresh that, and you can definitely see that the value that we have over here for 39,029.17 is the same value we have over here, 39,029.17. Let's look at maybe say Wingu box calculator, and over here for Wingu box calculator, we're going to check for March 2025 monthly salary of 50,000. And we're going to treat the salary as basic pay and all the NSSF tier 1 and tier 2 rates. And we're going to calculate. And definitely you can see 39,029.14, not as fully accurate as mine over here, but it gets the job done with these values right here. 0 to 24, 10%. 83, 33, 25%. 46, 467, 667. So this is on the next 40, 467, 667. 30%. Next 300,000, 32.5%. On amounts over 800,000, 35%. And that's how we are going to go over that. And ladies and gentlemen, that is what is going on at the moment. Things are looking nice in terms of that calculation. So when we break it down like this, and of course now I need to look for hero icons. We need to put that for the finishing touches, and so that we can say that our app is almost complete. So we need to look for PDF. And over here, we can come in here and use document. So I think document is good. So we'll go to show. Over here where we have this variant, we can come and use icon. And icon over here is going to be document. And now we are good. So now you can see document over here. I think the outline is the one that we need. Solid, mini. So I think what is being used is the mini. I want the outline. So I want to copy the JSX over here and see what happens with the JSX. So you can definitely see we have our SVG over here. So let's just leave that alone. Onto JSX. I don't know why JSX is not being copied. It's copying the SVG instead of copying the JSX. Yeah, it's copying. I've copied the SVG purposely, and you can definitely see that we have that. So we have document arrow down. I think document arrow down will be the way. So document arrow down, and that's how we're going to get things done here. So we have document arrow down. This is the way we're going, and I think field should be better. Let's see. Yeah, field could be better. I think this is okay. And what we're going to do here is we're going to use a tooltip. And I think tooltips are there. So I'll just look for tooltips, tooltip. And we'll come in here, and inside the button, we're going to wrap it around a tooltip. So we're going to come in here and say tooltip. We'll close it off like that. And then the content here is download payslip. And now once we click on that button, ladies and gentlemen, this is the moment of truth. We click on this and you'll be able to see that it works. But now you can see view PDF payslips is not found. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to craft our PDF over here inside resources, views, and then we're going to come in and create a view file over here, a view folder over here, which is PDF. And then inside PDF, we're going to come in here and create payslip.blade.php. And inside payslips, this is what we're going to do. So check this out. So we're looking for payslip, not payslips. So I just think we need to come in here and payslip.blade.php. And now when we click on this, it can actually download, I think. So now we've done this, Monte Kremen payslip PDF, and that's it. So that's essentially the basics of, crafting that PDF payslip right there. If we want to deal with the payslips themselves, I think I need to look for one that we can use from this side over here and see if we can style it in accordance to what we have in our previous project right here. And it's inside our documents. I think it's inside views, doc, and then we have payslip. And this is how it's structured. So I'm just going to come in here and copy some of that code. So I'm just doing HTML5. And the device width, I think we're just going to deal with it like the way it is. And the document itself is going to be called payslip. So inside here, inside the body, we're going to do, so inside the body, actually, we're just going to come in here and do some styles inside the head. So I'll just come in here and do style. And inside here, we'll just do body. Yeah, I think what we'll do, this is going to be difficult. So I think what I'll just do here is, I don't know. I think I'll have to create another CSS file, right? I think I'll have to create another CSS file, and that will be inside resources, or I don't know. I honestly don't know how to go about this, but I think definitely going to copy some of these items right here, or I'm just going to have AI do something for us. So I'm just going to come in here and compose it, just because I'm a lazy developer. So you can see my Copilot has reached its limit, and it's always refusing for me to upgrade my Copilot. Like, I keep on trying to upgrade this monthly plan, upgrade to Pro, and then I say activate GitHub Copilot, but it's not going to run anything. Account is currently locked from purchases. Please update your payment information. So I don't understand why we're doing this. And yes, please activate, nothing. So I don't understand why it will have this done. So I think, I don't know, let's just open the chat and then actually tell it to craft a beautiful pay slip for PDF using Tailwind. Import the CDN and use it in this document for PDF. So for DOM PDF. Now let's watch the editing done. So it's done, and I'm going to copy this and just paste it inside here. I don't really want to think so much about this. I'm just going to come in here and now try to generate this, and let's see the styling of it all. So I'm just going to come in here, click on this and keep. And then let's open and we see. So we can see that nothing, no styling has come out. And wow, to think that we almost got away with it. To think that we almost got away with it. Look at this Tailwind CDN. And then yeah, to think that we almost got away with it. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. So we have the play CDN over here. And I think what I can do here is copy this and try and see if that is the situation here. And yeah, I don't know. I don't know if this will work. Let's see if we can get this done. Yep, it's not working. So looks like we've been fooled once again. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to download some fonts through this. And yeah, I think that should work for us because the style is inline. Okay. Or we can actually have AI craft for us something. So we'll go ahead and open our, so we'll do Control Alt I and then ask it, how about you do for us some inline CSS and internal CSS without Tailwind for a beautiful, I'll say for a beautiful payslip. And I'll just cut this first. I'll go to Copilot Edits and then I'll come in here and just paste it like this. And let's see what happens next. It's generating the edits. Let's see what happens next. Looks like it's read the memo. It's doing the thing. Let's see what happens next. Okay. So let's keep these changes for now because I trust that it's done everything. And this is what we're going to do. So we're going to download this. Let's see what happens. And I'll keep and I'll save. And this looks a lot better. This actually looks a lot better. And now we can now start populating the data from this. So we'll first of all come in here and we'll say payslip, and then we'll come in here and call for the date. So we'll come in here and say salary, payroll, and then we'll call for the month string. And then we'll come and do employee details. The name is salary, and then we'll come in here and say employee, and then we'll do the name. Then position will be salary, employee, designation. So salary, employee, designation, and name. And then employee ID will be the salary, employee, ID. And then what I'd like to do here is I like to wrap this inside a sprintf. And in this sprintf, the format will be as follows. We'll do 04 or %04D like that. And that will put it into 4 decimal place, 4 significant figures. Then we'll have earnings. We have the description and the amount. Now inside our T-body, we have the basic salary. Okay, so basic salary is just gross salary, and gross salary will be here as the superscript. So superscript of the currency, and then we'll come in here and do our number format. And inside the number format, we'll come in here and put the salary, gross salary. Then we'll have bonuses. I don't know. I think we'll start by doing the taxations, right? Or we'll comment this out first, then we'll do the deductions. So the deductions will have the NSSF, which comes in from the breakdown, and this is how I'll do it. So come in here, paste it here, and we'll do salary breakdown, and then we'll do the get NSSF deduction, and just like that, we're good to go. We'll have the NHIF or SHIF, and which will be get SHIF deduction. Then we'll have the AHL, affordable housing levy. Then we'll get AHL deduction, and then we have the insurance. Okay, not insurance, but we have payee. All right, so we'll have payee, which is pay as you earn. And essentially, I'll just come in here and take this. So I'll say payee, and then we'll say get payee from down here. And then we have the total for the deductions. So we'll come in here and do the total. And the total for the deductions comes with, I think the total for the deductions comes in with the breakdown and then say get deductions like that. I think that should be good enough. And then the net pay should be now the superscript item like this. So I'll come in here and do it like this so that works out. And I'll do salary breakdown, get net pay. And that should be that. I think now we have liftoff in terms of how it is that we need to craft out all of these different things. We have the class for net pay over here. So this is it. We have the class for the totals. I should have a class for the totals. So I'll come in here and just do a class for the totals. And then over here, I'll just do font size being 18 pixels and the font weight being 700. And I think the net pay should be 700 as well. And the color should be green. So I think green is okay, but we can change this color to something different later on, but green is okay. And I think for the totals, I'll come in here and put it here, class totals, right? So the totals class is supposed to be there. And then the totals class for our item over here should be just the gross salary anyway. Let's see what now we can be able to craft out. And I think this entire item over here should have that font as the main font. I don't know why it's not the main font everywhere, but it should be the main font. So instead of doing body, I think style should be this, and then we'll do the font family being Lexend, like that. So now we'll come in here, we'll download the payslip. Let's see what happens. And you save this, you keep, and then we'll see that, okay, so everything looks good, except for the totals themselves. And of course, the superscript is also looking a bit weird. So everything that has SUP, 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 SUP. So we'll have a font size of 8 pixels or 7 pixels. So that actually pops out of... Man, this is really, it's a lot. It's a lot to take in. And these number formats also need to end with a comma 2. So I'll come in here and do comma 2, comma 2, comma 2 here, comma 2 here, comma 2 here, comma 2 here, here, and here. There we go. So now let's craft this. Let's see what happens. Keep. And we have liftoff, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. It's done. It's complete. And yeah, couldn't ask for much from this point onwards. So ladies and gentlemen, that is how we do it. That is how we do the human resource system. That is how we work it out. And now to wrap things up, let's actually deal with this from the settings tab. And here in the settings tab, actually, we're not even going to do the settings tab. We're going to log out, okay? Then log back in, okay? Then we're going to come in here into our admin.example.com, and then we'll use the remember token, and we have this. So now, if we come in here and try to get into this, please select a company first. But now, what I want, if I go to my components, and I go to my layouts sidebar, inside this group over here, where we have departments, I'm going to start an if statement over here, okay? And I'll say if session, okay? And then I'll come in and say has company ID. Then we're going to have all these items pop up. And that's how I'm going to work generally. So if we have session ID, session company ID, then these routes will show. If not, then don't show. So now if we come in here and select the companies that we have, like let's say, for example, we have Google. Now we have Google and Amazon, Apple, whatever, Microsoft. Those are the companies that we have on the list of this particular user. So now what I intend to do is I intend to log out, register a new user, and now we can try and do something fresh. We'll do password, confirm the password, and then we create the account. Now, ideally, we shouldn't be having anything here. So I'll just come in here and update the list, update password. We shouldn't be having anything for the select company. Over here, inside the companies list, we shouldn't be having any companies listed over here. So this user doesn't have these companies. And the reason why I am saying that is because this user shouldn't be able to have companies here and, these companies belong to somebody else. So we're going to come in here into our admin companies create. And where we have our create, we have to assign the company to the employee that has created it. So we'll come in here and say, once we've saved this, we'll come in here and say this company, and then we'll say users, and we'll come in here and do this, and then attach. And when we attach, the ID that we're going to attach is the authenticated user, all right? And then we'll take the ID, and that's that, okay? Now, when we come to the index part of things, we'll come in here and do company, and of course, for user. And we'll come in here inside the company for user, we'll come and create a scope over here. So we'll come in here and do public function scope for user. And then over here, we'll come in here and pass in a query. And then we'll come in here and say, return query. Then we'll say where has, okay? So where has, and then we'll come in and say users, yeah? And we'll pass in a function. And we'll pass in the function, we'll pass in a queue over here. And we'll say, okay, so inside here, we'll say that this queue is now we're dealing with the users, right? And we'll say where, or we'll even say find. Yeah, we'll just use find, and we'll pass in the auth user ID. Or where ID is equal to auth user ID. Where ID, okay, so where ID is equal to auth user ID and scene, I think we're good at that. I would like to use the auth coming in from Illuminate support facades, and then we'll come in here and finish it off. And maybe, just maybe, we will have things settled over there. So we come in here and should have this ready. So you can see the companies list is not here, but now when we come in here and log out and then log back in, you can come in here and see that, let's actually try log in with the admin, and we see what's going on, and then we see the list, which is fine. I think now at this point we can use the for user situation. And for this current situation, we can come in here and say that when we are creating the companies, we have to attach the ID of the user. And here, I think we'll just use auth coming in from Illuminate support facades, and we'll come in and use user, just like that. And then for edit, the same thing, although when we're editing, the user is already the one who is editing, so we're not going to change anything whatsoever. And just accessing that space should be allowed by only the users who are, able to access it. And if I come in here and just decided, okay, let's say I come in here and I go, let's log out. Okay, we go to register. Sorry, not register, but log in. And then we log in as this user. Then we log in and we're able to see the companies list, right? We don't have any companies. But now we come in here and do number 1 and edit. We shouldn't be able to access that route. So what we're supposed to do here is we're supposed to add a middleware where the only person who's supposed to access that route is the person who has logged in. So we're coming in here into the company's edit, okay? Even the company's create shouldn't be really anything special, but we're coming into the company's edit, and then I'll say if, and then we'll come in and say if, what? We'll say, let's say that we have the company already. We have the company here, and then we'll say if this company, right? So we'll say if not this company for user, which is a function that we declared as a scope, then throw, or rather we'll just do this, what? We'll just come and do a bot. Let's do a bot, yeah. Let's do a bot. We'll say for 3, and we'll say you cannot access this company. You cannot edit this company. And yeah, I think that would work essentially. So given I refresh this, maybe say if this, or let's say auth, if not auth user, and then we'll say has company, and then we'll come in here and put the company ID. So this company ID. All right. And then now at this point here, we'll come in here into the users table or in the users model, and we'll fix it by adding this point over here. So public function, and we'll say has company, and we'll come in here and pass in the ID, and we'll just come in here and say for each. And for each of these companies as company, then what we're going to do here is if, right? Now we'll say what? Company ID is equal to, so we'll say company ID is equal to ID, then we'll return true. Then if not, then at the end of it all, return false. And that's how we'll do the has company function, and that's how we'll do it over here. So if I come in here and refresh this, you cannot edit this company, so we'll just go back here. And yeah, essentially we can't access that, so that's how we'll go about all of this. And yeah, I think that's essentially how we're going to go about everything. So access points, we can bar the access points just like that. I think when we come in here and create a company, and we'll come in here and create a company like Vapor Technologies info, the website, and then I'll choose the logo. The logo will be this one, and I'll save and auth user. I think one thing that I did wrong is this creation of companies over here. So auth user, it shouldn't be auth from here. It should be auth from Illuminate Support Facades. So I'm just going to get rid of this as well, and AUTH. So whoops. So let's actually run this again. Let's run this back, right? Let's run this back. So I'm just going to come in here and refresh my database, PHP artisan migrate fresh seed, and it's going to run. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to go to my area over here. I'm going to create a new user, and then we're going to confirm the password. We'll create the account, of course. And now we have created this. Now we can come in here and create the company. So now we come in here to Vapor Technologies. We'll do info, we'll do the web, we'll do the photo, and then we'll save. And now we have the logo over here, we have the company, everything. So now once we've created the company, we can select the company. And then when you select the company, we can create the company, the department. We'll do ICT, and then we'll save. We'll go to the designations list. We'll create designations for this. We have ICT, software engineer, right? We'll have that. We have the network engineer, and we save this. And now the department, of course, is ICT. Then we'll save this. And then, of course, now we'll move on to the employees list. So we'll start creating employees. So I think I'll just create like 4 of them. So I'll come and start with myself and the employee name, the employee email, ICT, designation, all those different things. So we'll start with the software engineer, and then we'll save that. And we'll create another employee. We'll create maybe this one, then that one, the department and the designation, network engineer, and we'll use my phone number or a different phone number, and then, yeah, like that. Then we'll create another employee, maybe say this one, Monte Kremen or something, and then we'll do email, kremen@gmail.com. Then department is ICT, the designation is this one is a software engineer as well. And we'll use maybe say this one, and yeah. Okay, so I have these 3. I'll create their contract. So I'll come in here and search for an employee. This employee department is ICT. This one is a software engineer, and the start date is going to be 01/03/2025, and the next one is going to be 31/12/2025, and then the rate is going to be at maybe say 160,000. And then the rate type is going to be monthly, and then we're going to save this. Okay, so we have that 9 months. We're going to create another contract. We're going to create for Willie. We're going to come in here, ICT. We're going to do network engineer. We're going to do 01/03/2025. And the end date is going to be 31/12/2025. And the rate is going to be roughly maybe say 150,000 or 100,000. Let's do 150. And then the rate type over here is going to be monthly, and then we save. So that's going to be okay. And yeah, I think the next thing that we can do, create a contract for the next person in mind. This one, we'll do ICT. We'll do the designation is software engineer as well. From 1st of this month to the end date being the 31st of 12/2025. And then we'll do the rate. The rate now at least, maybe say do 100. And then the monthly, and then we save this. So you can definitely see there was a problem that I'm having, which is coming in from the start and the end date, where we have all those start and the end date being stored as the timestamp and all that stuff. And also on top of that, I think it's also being casted as a maybe say as a date time. I'm not so sure, but we can check this out and actually sort it out later on. But at least it works. So now we can come in here and do the payrolls. So we'll come in here and do the payroll for March. We'll generate the payroll, 410,000. For April, we'll generate the payroll. For May, we'll generate the payroll. And you can definitely see we have May, April, March. I can come in here and see the values for March. And you can definitely see that we have net pays all over the place. And for myself, I can download the payslip. I'll keep it. And we have it here. So we have the total gross 160. We have all the deductions here as NSSF, SHIF, affordable housing levy, payee, and then the total that is supposed to be coming in as deductions. And then this is the net pay. So that's essentially everything that we have. To test this out, we'll come in here and do 160,000 and we'll get the calculation correct, 111,832.67. And we'll come in here and we see it pay off over here as well, 111,832.67. So those two are okay. Our payslip is done and our HRM is complete. So ladies and gentlemen, if you want this, you guys need to actually stay tuned for more when it comes to advancing this. If you want to see the SaaS tutorial for this, please do indeed subscribe. Toss me a like, definitely, ladies and gentlemen. This is gonna be a big one, a big one. And yeah, I guess I'll see you guys in the next one. Please do indeed take care. And as always, ladies and gentlemen, may God bless.